I'm gonna tell you something that happened to me, and I swear it's all true. I don't really like talking about it because it still messes with my head. But here we go. I'm just some guy, okay? Work a boring job. Nothing special. Let's just call me, Jake. Yeah, Jake works. I'm not much of a storyteller, but this thing's been eating at me, so I gotta get it out. This whole thing went down about a year ago, and I still can't figure it out. It was super late. Like 3 a.m. late. I'd been over at my cousin's place a couple towns over, just hanging out, playing video games till way too late. You know how it is. We were deep into some old school racing game, and I lost track of time. I was driving home, half asleep, just trying to keep my eyes open. My car's old, rattles a bit, and I was blasting some random podcast about aliens or whatever to stay awake. Oh, and I forgot to fill up the tank before I left. Dumb move, I know. Anyway, I'm on the interstate, right? Middle of nowhere, no cars around. The road was dead quiet, just the hum of my engine and the occasional whoosh of a passing truck. I was zoning out, thinking about how I'd have to wake up early for work the next day. Then my GPS pipes up, rerouting to avoid traffic. I'm like, traffic? At 3 a.m.? What's this thing smoking? But I don't question it too much because I'm tired, and it's been right before. So, it tells me to take this exit onto some dirt road I've never even noticed. I shrug and turn off. The second I hit that road, it's rough. Like, really rough. The transition was jarring. 1 second, smooth asphalt. The next, my teeth were rattling from the bumps. I slowed down, but it didn't help much. My car's bouncing all over and I'm muttering to myself, this better not mess up my tires. It's dark as hell out there, headlights barely cutting through it. The air felt different here, thicker somehow, like it was pressing in on me. I cracked the window, but all I got was the smell of damp earth and something metallic. I start seeing these creepy old barns, all falling apart, and rusted farm stuff just sitting there. No lights anywhere, not a single house. It's weird, you know? Quiet in a way that doesn't feel right. So I keep going, maybe 20 minutes, and I check my phone. No signal. Nada. I'm thinking, okay, that's annoying. But the GPS is still talking, calm as ever. Continue straight for 47 miles. I blink at it. 47 miles? On this dirt road? No way that's right. I laugh a little, nervous-like, and say out loud, you serious right now? The road starts getting tighter. Trees are everywhere, branches scraping my car. Screech, screech. And it's loud enough to make me jump. I'm gripping the wheel, starting to feel off. Not scared yet, just unsettled. I try to find a spot to turn around, but it's too narrow. Every time I think I see a wider bit, the GPS yells, "Recalculating," and points me right back down the same road. I'm like, come on man, let me out of here. Then, I see them. Cameras. These weird little cameras stuck on telephone poles, all aimed down at the road. At me. At first I thought they were just reflectors or something, but then I saw the lenses. They were small, black, and definitely cameras. One of them had a tiny red light blinking, like it was recording. My chest gets tight. Who the hell puts cameras out here? There's nothing to watch. I mutter, this ain't right, this ain't right. And I glance at my fuel gauge, almost empty. My brain's screaming, you're screwed, dude. 'Cause I can't even remember the last gas station. I'm freaking out now, okay? Heart's going a million miles an hour. I finally spot a wider patch and start turning the car around. That's when my headlights hit this sign, big, metal, rusted at the edges. It says, private property, authorized vehicles only, deadly force authorized. Deadly force? Like guns? My mind raced. Who puts a sign like that in the middle of nowhere? Was this some kind of military area or a cult compound? I didn't want to find out. I freeze for a second, just staring at it. Then I slam the car into reverse and peel out, dirt flying everywhere. The GPS keeps going, recalculating, like it's mad at me. I don't stop till I'm back on the interstate, shaking like a leaf. I didn't stop shaking until I saw the lights of a 24-hour diner. I pulled in, ordered a coffee I didn't drink, just to be around people. My podcast was still playing, some guy rambling about UFOs, and it felt so stupid compared to what just happened. Oh, and my sister's old flip-flops were in the back seat. Random, I know, but I kept kicking them while I drove, annoyed they were even there. Here's the kicker, though. For months after that, months, every time I used my GPS, it'd try to send me back to that road. Didn't matter where I was going. I'd be headed to the store, and it's like, turn left in 5 miles to Creepy Dirt Road. I chucked that phone eventually, and got a new one. Still don't know what was down there. Cameras, that sign. Who does that? I never told my cousin about it. He'd probably laugh, say I was being paranoid. But I know what I saw, and I'm not taking that road again, GPS or no GPS. I gotta tell you about something weird that happened to me. It's been eating at me for a while now. I'm nobody special, okay? Just some dude who stacks boxes at a warehouse all day. Anyway, this was like, I don't know, maybe 6 months back. I was at my friend's house, just kicking back, watching some stupid movie. Think it was about killer clowns or something. I'd popped a sleeping pill earlier because I've been sleeping like crap lately. Totally forgot I had to drive home. Dumb move, I know. So, I'm on the road, right? And halfway home, I start feeling heavy. Like my eyelids are fighting to stay up. I'm not an idiot. I know I can't drive like that. So I pull over, just off the highway, to nap for a bit. Figured I'd wake up fresh in like 20 minutes. But, when I open my eyes, it's been 4 hours. And I'm not on the side of the road anymore. My car's parked in this random driveway, engine still humming. I swear I turned it off before I passed out. Then I noticed the mud. My tires are caked in it, and the bottom of my car looks like I drove through a swamp. I check myself, and my jeans are filthy. Got these little scratches on my arms too. No clue how that happened. This house I'm at, it's big, kinda old, and every light's blazing inside. I see shadows moving around like people pacing or something. I'm freaking out a little, so I get out and stumble to the door. Knock a couple times. Nothing. I can hear voices inside, low, muffled, but nobody comes. It's like they're pretending I'm not there. I'm standing there feeling dumb when this guy pops out from the house next door. He's got this creepy smirk, like he knows something I don't. He goes, "Back for more, huh?" I'm like, "Well, what? What are you talking about?" He just chuckles, shakes his head and walks off. My heart's pounding now. Back for more what? I've never been here in my life. At least, I don't think so. I jump back in my car and peel out of there, driving home way too fast. My hands are shaking the whole way. When I finally crash into bed, I just want to forget it. But next morning, oh man. I go to check my car, and there's a shovel in the trunk. Not mine. I don't even own one. It's got fresh dirt all over it, like someone just dug a hole. I'm losing it now. Then I grab my phone. Bunch of missed calls from numbers I don't know. There's a voicemail too. I play it, and it's just crying. No words, just this awful sobbing. I nearly dropped the phone. Creepiest thing I've ever heard. After that, I said no more sleeping pills. Couldn't risk that again. But, it's not over. Some mornings, I wake up and there's dirt under my nails. No idea how it gets there. I live in this old apartment, right? The windows rattle when the wind's bad, and it freaks me out every time now. Makes me think something's trying to get in. I keep wondering what I did in those 4 hours I can't remember. Did I don't know, hurt someone? Dig something up? I try not to think about it, but it's always there, in the back of my head. Oh, random thing. My neighbor's got this yappy little dog that barks at nothing all night. Used to just annoy me, but now it makes me jumpy as hell. Every sound does. Anyway, that's the story. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was sleepwalking or something crazy, but the shovel? The crying? That's not normal. It's messed up, man. I don't know. This thing happened to me a while ago, and I still don't like thinking about it. I'm just some dude, you know? Work a boring job, drive an old beat-up car. Let's call me, I don't know, Jake. Yeah, Jake's fine. I don't usually tell people this stuff, but it's been eating at me. It was late, like way past midnight, and I just wanted to get home. I'd been at my cousin's place, playing video games and eating too many chips. Left around 1 a.m. I was driving down this empty highway, yawning like crazy. My eyes were heavy, and I had to pee so bad it hurt. I remembered this 24-hour rest stop up ahead. Figured I'd stop there, use the bathroom, grab a coffee. Maybe one of those little snack cakes if they had any. I pulled in, and right away, it felt quiet. Too quiet. There were a couple trucks parked, but no one around. Just the hum of the lights and the wind. I parked close to the door and went inside. The place smelled like old fries and cleaning stuff. I hit the bathroom first. Man, the tiles were sticky like someone spilled soda and never mopped it up. Anyway, I came out feeling better and went to get coffee. The pot was on, steaming, but the counter was empty. No clerk. The register was open though, with cash just sitting there. Weird, right? And there was this sandwich on the counter, half-eaten, like someone took a bite and bolted. "Hey, anybody here?" I called out. My voice sounded small. No answer. Just this faint radio static from somewhere. I looked around, and that's when I saw the security cameras. All three of them, pointing straight down at the floor. Not the door, not the counter, the floor. Who does that? My hands got all sweaty holding the coffee cup. I didn't like it. Then I smelled it. Bleach. Super strong. Like someone dumped a whole bottle in the back room. It hit me hard, made my nose sting. I thought maybe the clerk was cleaning or something, but I don't know. It didn't feel right. And then, God, this still freaks me out. I heard it. This quiet, muffled crying. Like someone trying not to be heard. It was coming from the back, behind that bleach smell. I froze. Should I check it out? What if someone's hurt? But then I was like, nah, this ain't my problem. It's late, I'm tired, and this place is creeping me out. I decided to leave, threw some money on the counter, probably too much, but whatever, and headed for the door. My shoes squeaked on the floor, loud in the silence. When I got to my car, I saw it. A note under my windshield wiper. I didn't see anyone put it there. My heart started thumping. I grabbed it, hands shaking, and opened it. It said in this messy scribble, "You weren't supposed to see that. Drive straight home. Don't stop. Don't look back." What the heck? See what? The sandwich, the cameras, the crying. I looked around. Nothing. Just dark trees and those parked trucks. I jumped in my car, locked the doors fast, started it up, and as I pulled out, I couldn't help it. I checked the rearview mirror. That's when I saw them. Figures, maybe 3, coming out of the woods behind the rest stop. They were dragging something. Big, heavy shapes. Looked like body bags. I swear, my chest got tight, like I couldn't breathe. I floored it, tires screeching, and didn't stop till I got home. I sat in my driveway forever, just gripping the wheel. Thought about calling the cops right then, but I was like, what do I even say? I saw some spooky stuff. Sounded dumb. Plus, my dog was barking like crazy when I walked in. Guess I forgot to feed him before I left. Anyway, I didn't sleep that night. Kept hearing that crying in my head, smelling that bleach. Next day, I called the police. Told them everything. The guy on the phone sounded like he didn't care at first. But then he goes, "That rest stop? Been shut down for months. Health code stuff. Owner's been missing since then, too." I just sat there, phone in my hand, feeling sick. Missing? Closed? Then what was I in? I still dream about it. The empty store, that note, those figures. Sometimes I wake up and swear I smell bleach on my pillow. And the crying, it's like it's stuck in my ears. I don't drive that road anymore. Can't. Every time I pass a rest stop, I keep my eyes straight ahead. I don't want to know what I saw, or what saw me. I gotta tell you this wild story about my old roommate, Jake. It's been a while, but it still messes with my head. I'm just some dude, you know? Work a boring job unloading trucks all day, nothing special. It's backbreaking work, lifting heavy boxes, sweating like crazy, and by the time I get home, I'm wiped. Me and Jake shared this rundown apartment, peeling paint, creaky floors, the works. The place was a dump, but it was cheap, and I needed someone to split the rent with. Jake answered my ad, seemed normal enough. He was chill at first, or so I thought. We'd hang out sometimes, watch dumb action movies, or he'd help me fix the leaky faucet. Said he worked nights at some security gig, so we barely crossed paths. I'd be crashing when he left, and he'd roll in as I was heading out. Worked fine, I guess. The apartment was on the second floor of this old building. The stairs creaked like crazy, and the hallway always smelled like mildew. My room was at the end of the hall, and Jake's was across from mine. There was a small living room with a couch that sagged in the middle, and a kitchen that was barely big enough for one person. The basement was the worst part. Dark, damp, and smelled like something died down there. I avoided it like the plague. But then, stuff started getting weird. Like I'd grab a pizza, eat half, and the next day, it'd be gone. Not just a slice, whole thing. I'd think, man, am I that hungry and forgetting? Then my keys. They'd be on the hook by the door, but I'd find them under the couch or something. One time, I found my toothbrush in the kitchen sink. Swear to God. Dumb little things, right? I blamed it on being tired. Work was kicking my ass, and the coffee maker was on the fritz, so I was running on fumes. It got creepier, though. One night, I heard this scratching sound, like nails on wood. Figured it was the stray cat that hung around, 'cause the floorboards always groaned when it bolted across. But it kept happening, late, when Jake was at work. I'd lie there, eyes open, just listening. Then my diary, yeah, I keep one, don't judge, showed up on my pillow one day. I know I stashed it in my sock drawer. That's when I freaked. Was someone sneaking in? The lock was crap, so I ordered this cheap camera online. Set it up in the living room, didn't tell Jake, didn't want to look nuts. A few days later, my buddy Mike came over. We were gonna watch the game, but he kept glancing around, like something was off. "Dude, you hear that?" he whispered. I didn't hear anything, but he swore there was a faint humming coming from the basement. I shrugged it off, but it stuck with me. That night, I checked the camera footage. Holy hell, it's Jake. Not at work. Nah. He'd leave at night, then sneak back after like 20 minutes. He'd head straight to the basement. That place was nasty, damp, dark, smelled like old socks. But there he was, down there all day. Then, when I was out cold, he'd creep upstairs, going through my stuff, flipping through my diary, sitting on my bed, watching me sleep. I'm shaking just watching this, heart hammering like crazy. He's in a security uniform, but it's fake. Found out he got canned months ago. I couldn't just let it slide. Next morning, he stumbles in, and I'm sitting there, coffee cold in my hands. "Hey, Jake. How's the job going?" I say, voice all shaky. He yawns, shrugs. "Fine. Same old." I swallow hard. Really? 'Cause I heard you got canned months ago. He freezes. Face goes white as a sheet. Well, what? Who said that? Doesn't matter. Is it true? He flops on the couch, head in his hands. Yeah, it's true. Lost the job ages ago. Didn't want to tell you. Felt like a loser. I'm pissed, but my voice cracks. So why you hiding in the basement? Why you messing with my stuff? Watching me sleep, man. That's messed up. He looks up, eyes wet. I don't know. I'm sorry. I couldn't deal. It was dumb, okay? I didn't mean to scare you. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't. You gotta go, Jake. Pack your crap and get out. He nods, all quiet, and leaves the next day. I switched the locks, but it didn't help. Stuff still felt wrong. Like I'd find a sock I swore I'd washed back in the hamper, or hear that damn scratching again. One night, I'm half asleep, and there's this thud from the basement. I grab a flashlight, legs like jelly, and creep down. Nothing's there, just that wet, rotten stink hitting me hard. I noped out fast, moved out a month later, couldn't take it. I still wonder about Jake. What was he doing down there? Why me? I never checked the basement again. Too chicken shit. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe not. Keeps me up sometimes thinking about it. Anyway, that's my story. Watch your back, yeah? You never really know who's living with you. My name is Kevin. I guess I'll just dive in. I'm not good at telling stories, so bear with me, okay? I used to live in this little apartment. Nothing fancy, just a cheap place with creaky floors and a tiny kitchen. My cat, Muffin, used to chase shadows across the room at night, her little paws tapping on the wood. Kinda cute, but it'd wake me up sometimes. Anyway, I'm just a regular dude. Work a boring job, come home, eat some ramen, you know the drill. About a year ago, I got a roommate. His name was Kevin too, which was weird at first. We'd laugh about it like, "Hey Kev, pass the salt." And he'd say, "Which Kev you talking to?" He seemed cool though. Quiet guy, paid rent on time, always there to listen when I'd ramble about my day. I thought, man, this guy's a good friend. But things started getting strange. It started small. Like I'd leave my phone on the counter while I showered, and when I came back, I'd find texts sent to my buddies. Dumb stuff like, "You're a jerk," or "I don't want to hang out anymore." I'd call them up, all confused, like, "Dude, I didn't send that." They'd get mad, stop talking to me. Kevin would just sit there sipping his coffee saying, "Man, that sucks. People are so flaky." I'd nod, feeling like an idiot. Then I started feeling off. Tired all the time, head foggy like I couldn't think straight. Kevin kept pointing it out. "Hey, you okay? You look shaky? Maybe you're stressed or something?" He'd go on about anxiety, depression, all this stuff I never thought about before. I'd say, "Nah, I'm fine." But he'd keep pushing, like, "No man, I see it. You should talk to someone." I started doubting myself. Maybe he was right? One night, I woke up, middle of the night, pitch black, and my body felt heavy, like I'd been hit by a truck. I could barely move. I heard Kevin in the kitchen, clinking dishes or something. Next morning I asked, "Were you up late?" He just shrugged, said, "Nope, slept like a baby." But I swore I heard him. My coffee tasted weird that day too. Bitter, kinda chalky. I didn't think much of it, just figured the milk went bad. Things got worse. My friends stopped texting back completely. My girlfriend, ex-girlfriend now, dumped me after getting some creepy message from my phone. I'd leave it on the couch for 5 minutes, and boom, another fight. Kevin was always there after, patting my shoulder saying, "She didn't deserve you, man. I'm here for you." I'd mumble a thanks, but something about his voice. It sounded too calm, you know? One day, I came home early. The apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Muffin was hiding under the couch. which she never does. I walked past Kevin's room, and his door was cracked open. I peeked in, couldn't help it, and saw him sitting on his bed, hunched over a notebook. He was muttering to himself, scribbling fast. I cleared my throat and he snapped the book shut, grinning at me like, "Oh hey, didn't hear you come in." I asked what he was writing. He said, "Just work stuff," but his hands were shaky. I let it slide, didn't want to push it. Couldn't sleep that night. Kept hearing this faint hum, like a voice, but not quite, coming from his room. I got up, tiptoed to the hall, and pressed my ear to his door. He was whispering. Next phase, trust broken, increased dosage. I froze. Dosage. What the hell? I backed off, heart thumping, and locked my door. Next day I pretended everything was normal. Ate breakfast, laughed at his dumb jokes. But when he left for work, I snooped. Found a box under his bed. Old files, notebooks, a recorder. One folder had my name on it. Inside, pages about me. My fears. Stuff I'd told him late at night, like how I hate being alone. There were notes. Subject shows, signs of confusion, meds working. Meds? Then I saw more folders, other names, other projects, photos of people I didn't know, timelines of their breakdowns. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I grabbed Muffin and bolted. Left everything. Clothes, dishes. Didn't care. Moved in with a cousin. Blocked Kevin's number. But a week later, I got a voicemail. No caller ID. It was him, laughing soft, saying, "You're a fun one. See you around." I deleted it, but I still hear that laugh sometimes, when it's quiet. I don't know what he wanted. Control? Some sick game? The apartment's empty now, last I heard. I drive a different way home these days, just in case. Muffin still hides sometimes, and I wonder if she remembers him too. I gotta tell you about this wild thing that went down with my old roommate, Marcus. I'm just some dude, okay? Work a boring job at a tech place. Live in this rundown apartment with creaky floors and a fridge that hums too loud. The rent was cheap, so I needed someone to split it with. Marcus answered my ad. Seemed chill at first, quiet, paid on time, even fixed the wobbly table leg once. But the dude was always burning his toast. Kitchen smelled like a campfire gone wrong every morning. At first it was fine. We'd hang out sometimes, watch old kung fu movies or whatever. But then, I don't know, things got weird. One night I got home late from grabbing coffee. Must have been like 7 p.m. And Marcus goes, "Hey, how was the coffee shop? Get your latte?" I froze. How'd you know I was there?" He just grinned, all awkward, and said, "Saw your car outside." But that place is miles away. No way he just saw it. I brushed it off, told myself I was overthinking it. People say stuff, right? But it kept happening. I'd call my buddy about some dumb work thing, and next day Marcus is like, "Your friend still mad about his boss?" I never told him that. My heart started racing every time he opened his mouth. I'd be cooking dinner, spaghetti usually, 'cause I'm lazy, and I'd hear the floorboards creak behind me. My cat would bolt across the room at night, and those creaks would wake me up. I'd peek out my door. Nothing. Just shadows. I started thinking maybe I was paranoid. Then it got creepier. I posted a pic on Instagram, me at the park, just chilling by the lake. Marcus comes home and goes, "That trail by the water looked nice. Did you see any ducks?" I didn't even mention the trail. My hands got all sweaty. "How'd you know that?" I asked. He laughed, too loud, and said, "Oh, just a guess." But his eyes were weird. Like he was hiding something. One night, I couldn't sleep. My neighbor's dog was barking like crazy outside, driving me nuts. I got up to close the window and figured I'd scroll my phone. That's when I saw it. Marcus's laptop was open on the couch. I know I shouldn't have looked, but I did. There were folders with my name. Screenshots of every post I'd ever made. Even dumb stories about my lunch. He had pics from my friends' pages too, stuff I was tagged in. Fake accounts with no pics following my sister, my co-workers. My chest felt tight. I wanted to puke. I didn't say anything at first. Too freaked out. I mean, what if he lost it? I started locking my door at night, kept my phone close. Then, a few days later, I'm at this burger joint with friends. Posted a check-in on Facebook, cause the fries were killer. Halfway through my meal, Marcus walks in. "Hey, what a coincidence," he says, all cheery. I just stared. "Why are you here?" He shrugged. "Just hungry. Small world, huh?" Number no way. I checked my phone later. He'd been tracking me. Some app we both used had my location on. I turned it off, hands shaking. It didn't stop. My ex called me one day, out of nowhere. Said some guy, my roommate, messaged him, asking about our breakup. Said he was worried about me. Marcus, digging into my past like some psycho. I felt naked, you know? Like he'd ripped my life open. I snapped. "Marcus, what the hell? Why are you stalking me?" I yelled. He started crying, big, messy sobs. Said he was lonely, that he just wanted to be my friend. "If I knew everything, we'd be close," he said. It was so messed up. I told him to get out. He begged, promised he'd stop, but I couldn't even look at him. He left a week later, dragging his stuff out while I watched from my room. But it's not over. I still see his car sometimes, parked down the street from work. I get random friend requests from blank profiles. Is it him? I don't know. I moved, changed my locks. But when it's quiet at night, when the fridge hums or the floor creaks, I feel like he's still there, watching, waiting. I don't think I'll ever shake it. My name is Jake. I'm 15 now, but this happened last year. I'd just started at this new school, and I didn't really know many people yet. Then I met Connor in math class. He was chill, knew all the good video games, had this loud laugh that made everyone turn around. So when he asked me to come over for a sleepover, I was like, yeah, awesome. First time at his place too. I got there around 5, I think. His house looked normal, like those boring suburban ones you see everywhere, with a little grass patch out front. But when I walked in, it was, I don't know, weird. All the curtains were shut tight, even though the sun was still out. Connor's mom met me at the door and was all smiley, but she said right away, "Don't open the curtains or unlock any doors, okay? It's just a house rule." I nodded, but it felt kinda strict for no reason. Inside, it was so quiet. Like, too quiet. The air smelled old, musty, like my grandma's attic where she keeps all those dusty boxes. There were these old photos on the walls, all faded and yellow, people in weird clothes from forever ago. Connor's dad was in the living room, just sitting there with a newspaper. He barely looked up, just grunted when I said hi. Nice people, I guess, but they kept saying stuff about locking doors, like over and over. We had pizza for dinner. Connor's mom made us sit at the table, which I thought was dumb, because me and my brother always eat on the couch at home. She even made us wash the plates after, super picky about it. Connor rolled his eyes behind her back, and I laughed a little. Later, we went to his room to play games. He had 2 TVs. 2? Pretty sweet setup. But sometimes I'd catch him staring at the window, even with the curtains closed. "What's up?" I asked once. "Nothing, just checking," he said, real quick. Okay, whatever. His room was tiny. There was this ugly green rug that smelled like wet dog, even though they didn't have one. Oh, and in the hall, I saw this door with a padlock on it. "What's that?" I asked. "Basement," he said. "Parents keep it locked 'cause it's full of junk." But the lock looked shiny, brand new, not like some rusty old thing. We set up sleeping bags around midnight. I was out fast. Guess the pizza made me sleepy. But then I woke up, like 2 a.m. or something, because I had to pee so bad. I looked over, and Connor's sleeping bag was empty. I waited a bit, thinking he'd come back from the bathroom, but nothing. So I got up. The floor creaked loud, like how my cat used to make the stairs groan at night. Bathroom was empty. Then I heard it, scrubbing, real soft from the kitchen. I crept down the hall. It was dark, just this weak light bulb flickering. I peeked around the corner, and there's Connor, on his knees, scrubbing the floor with a brush, yellow gloves on his hands, and these red stains all over the tiles. My chest got tight. Connor? What are you doing? He jumped, like, legit flinched. Oh, Jake. Hey, I spilled cranberry juice. No big deal. Go back to sleep. I'll be there soon. But that smell. It wasn't juice. It was sharp, like when you nick your finger with a knife. I just stood there, blinking, not sure what to say. You scared me, dude, he laughed, but it sounded fake. I mumbled okay and shuffled back. I climbed into my sleeping bag, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing him scrub, 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 scrub. Then he came back, all casual, like, "Sorry man, let's crash." I faked it, eyes shut, but my brain wouldn't stop. And then, maybe I imagined it, I heard whispering somewhere in the house. Low, like people trying not to wake you up. I yanked the sleeping bag over my head, heart pounding. Morning came, and it was like nothing happened. Connor's parents were all chipper, asking, "Sleep good?" I lied, said yeah. Ate some cereal, grabbed my stuff, and bolted. Walking home, I saw these posters on poles. Missing kid, local teen, gone 3 days. I stopped, looked close, and oh man, it was that guy Connor called his cousin. Met him last week, quiet kid, just hung out for a bit. Connor said he was visiting. But the poster, 3 days missing? My hands got shaky. I never went back. Tried asking Connor at school, all casual, like, "Hey, your cousin okay?" He laughed, too loud, and said, "Yeah, he went home." 2 weeks later, he was gone. Transferred schools, no goodbye. I didn't tell my parents or anyone. Kept thinking, maybe it was juice, maybe I'm crazy. But that smell, that lock, those posters. Nah, something was wrong. I still hear that scrubbing in my head sometimes, late at night. Wonder what I'd have seen if I'd stayed longer. Glad I didn't. I'm not great at this storytelling stuff, but I gotta tell you about this one night. It still messes with me. I was 15, okay? Me and my 3 best friends, Emma, Lily, and Mia, were having a sleepover at my house. It was just a normal Friday, you know? We were all crashed out in the living room with sleeping bags, munching on chips, talking about dumb stuff like school and boys. It got late, like midnight or something, and Emma, she's always the one starting trouble, goes, "Let's play truth or dare." I was like, "Fine, whatever." We were laughing, daring each other to do stupid things, like text a crush or eat a spoonful of hot sauce. Then Emma looks at me, smirking, and says, "I dare you to sneak into your parents' room and snap a pic of them sleeping." I laughed like, "That's so weird, dude." But they all kept pushing me. "Come on, don't be a chicken." So I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and went upstairs. The hallway was dark. Like, super dark. And quiet. Except for the floor creaking every step I took. I swear it sounded louder than usual. Like when my little brother used to run around jumping on them during the day. I got to my parents' door and, I don't know, I hesitated. Felt kinda off, but I shook it off and pushed the door open real slow. I shined my light on their bed and nothing. It was empty, like not messed up or anything, just flat, sheets all neat, like nobody had been there. My stomach dropped a little. I thought, okay, maybe they're in the bathroom or something? I checked. Nobody. I even whispered, "Mom? Dad?" Nothing. Just dead silence. I stood there for a sec, shining the light around, but it was just me and that creepy quiet. I went back downstairs, kind of freaked out. "Guys," I said, "my parents aren't up there." Emma frowned and goes, "What?" "They said goodnight to us like an hour ago." Lily nodded. "Yeah, I saw them head upstairs after we started the movie." I just shrugged. "Well, they're not there now." Mia laughed, all nervous-like, and said, "Maybe they ditched us for a party or something." We all kind of chuckled, but it didn't feel funny. It was almost 1 a.m. Where would they even go? We kept playing for a bit, but I couldn't focus. The house felt, I don't know, too still? Like the air was heavy or something. And every few minutes, I'd hear this faint thump from upstairs. Like a book falling off a shelf, maybe? I told myself it was nothing, just the house being old, but it kept happening. Thump. Thump. I didn't say anything to the girls. They'd just call me paranoid. Around 2, we finally crashed. I was half asleep when I heard tires crunching on the driveway. I peeked out the window. My parents' car. They got out, looking all tired and normal, and came inside. I pretended to be asleep when they poked their heads in. I heard my mom whisper something like, "Back from the work thing," and they went upstairs. Work thing? At 2 a.m.? Next morning, I asked them about it. My mom smiled all casual and said, "Oh, we had an emergency work trip. Left around 11 last night. Sorry we didn't tell you." I stared at her. "But you said goodnight to us at 10, I remember." My dad laughed. "Nah, kiddo, we were out the door after dinner. You were probably distracted." But that wasn't right. My friends heard it too, the goodnight thing. I didn't push it though. What was I gonna say? Later that day, after my friends left, I was messing with my phone, just scrolling, and I saw this video I didn't recognize. The little preview was just black. I hit play. It was my parents' room, the empty bed, my flashlight moving around. Same as last night. But then, voices. Far off, kinda muffled, like through a wall. Someone yelling, all mad, and then, God, this part gets me. Someone begging, like pleading, scared out of their mind. I froze. Checked the time on it, 11:47 p.m. But I was downstairs then. We were still playing the game. I didn't go up till after midnight. I showed my parents. My dad squinted at it and goes, "Huh, maybe your phone messed up, or your friends pranked you." But they didn't. I asked them. They didn't touch my phone. And those voices, none of us sound like that. I deleted the video. Couldn't stand it sitting there. My parents never brought it up again, and I didn't either. But sometimes, when I'm home alone, I hear those thumps upstairs, and I think about that yelling, that begging. Who was it? Where were my parents really that night? I don't know. And honestly, I don't think I want to find out. I need to tell you about this sleepover at Madison's house. It was messed up. Like, seriously creepy. We were all 14, I think. Me, Madison, Ava, and Sophie. Madison's place looked normal, you know? 2 floors, white fence, boring suburban stuff. Her parents were okay, but kinda strict, I guess. They took these pills that knocked them out at night. Madison always said they wouldn't wake up if the roof caved in. We were chilling in the living room, arguing over movies. Sophie was all, "Let's watch something cute." But Ava was like, "Nah, scary or nothing." We picked a horror flick, but it sucked. Super boring. Oh, and Sophie forgot her phone charger, so she kept whining about her battery dying. Anyway, Ava got antsy and goes, "Hey, let's check out the basement." Madison's eyes got big. No way. My parents said never go down there. But Ava wouldn't drop it. "They're out cold. Come on." We bugged Madison till she caved. So we grabbed our phones, flashlights on, and tiptoed to the basement door. It squeaked so loud I thought we were busted, but nothing. Just the fridge humming upstairs. We went down, and it was dark, dusty, all old junk in boxes. Creepy, yeah, but we were laughing, messing around. Sophie jumped out from behind a chair like, "Boo!" And Ava nearly dropped her phone. Dumb stuff like that. Then Ava spotted this bookshelf. It looked wrong, you know? Out of place. She pushed it, and it slid, like in a movie. Behind it, this tiny door, maybe 3 feet tall. We all just stared. Madison goes real quiet. I didn't know that was there. My heart was pounding, but we crawled in anyway. Inside was this little room, like a closet, but full of kids' stuff. Toys, old clothes, drawings all over the walls. Crayon scribbles, signed with names like Timmy, Sarah, Bobby. Weird, 'cause Madison's an only kid. No brothers, no cousins, nothing. One drawing had a family. Mom, Dad, 2 kids. But Madison's family? Just 3 people. My hands got all shaky holding my phone. Sophie found this journal under a mattress. Old, falling apart, yellow pages. She flipped it open, and it was entries. From different kids, years apart. Stuff like, "The nice family upstairs gave me a teddy bear," or, "I miss my mom." Some kid wrote, "I want to play outside, but they won't let me." The last one? 6 months ago. "I think they're getting tired of me. I heard them talking about the lake." I couldn't breathe right after that. We went dead quiet. Madison's face was white, like she'd seen a ghost. "What is this?" she whispered. Ava tried to laugh it off. "Maybe they fostered kids or something?" Madison shook her head hard. "Number. They never said anything about that." I kept looking at those drawings, those names. Something felt bad. Really bad. Then, thump. A noise upstairs, like a door shutting. We freaked, scrambled out, shoved the bookshelf back and bolted up the stairs. They creaked so loud I thought we'd wake the whole neighborhood. We hit the kitchen and Madison's parents were there, just standing, smiling. Her mom goes, "Hey girls, find anything interesting downstairs?" All calm, like it was nothing. I froze. Madison stuttered. No, just looking for chips." Her dad laughed, real soft. "Next time ask us, okay?" Their smiles. They were too big, too still, like masks or something. We mumbled yeah, and ran back to the living room. Nobody slept. We just sat there, TV on, not watching it. Sophie kept picking at her nails, and Ava wouldn't look at anyone. We didn't talk about it. Couldn't. Morning came, we grabbed our stuff and left. Madison never asked us over again. A few months later, she was gone. Moved away. No goodbye. Nothing. I still think about it, you know? Late at night, when it's quiet. Those toys, the drawings, that journal. Who were those kids? What happened to them? The lake. What did that mean? And her parents. Why'd they have that room? I don't know. I don't think I want to know. But sometimes, I hear that fridge hum in my head, or the stairs creaking, and it gets to me. Still does. Last summer, I was broke and needed cash for college, right? I got this job as a maintenance worker at this big apartment complex. It wasn't anything special, just a bunch of buildings, over 200 units split across 8 of them. My shift was 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., the late one. I'd walk around, check the pools, make sure everything was locked up, and deal with any calls from tenants freaking out about something. Most nights, it was boring. Quiet, even. Except for this one building. Building F, man. That place always gave me a bad vibe. I'd get these noise complaints from Unit 3B in Building F. Like, Every couple of nights my phone would buzz with the automated system saying someone in 3B was complaining about noise. But here's the thing. Every time I'd drag myself over there, the hallway was dead quiet. Not a sound. I'd knock on the door, wait. Nothing. Nobody home. The creepy part? The system said the calls were coming from inside 3B, but management swore it had been empty for 3 months. Said the last guy who lived there had a heart attack and that was it. No new tenants. Building F was weird anyway. The lights flickered all the time, more than the other buildings. And it was always cold in there, like chilly. Even when it was 90 degrees outside. Sometimes I'd hear stuff. Faint whispers, little taps, like footsteps maybe. I'd tell myself it was just the old place creaking. You know, pipes or whatever. But it still got to me. I talked to this guy I worked with, Mike. He'd been there forever, knew all the stories. I asked him about 3B one night while we were grabbing coffee from the break room. "Oh yeah, that place," he said, lighting up a cigarette even though he wasn't supposed to. "Old man Jenkins lived there. Weird dude, kept to himself. They found him dead in the bathroom. Heart attack, I guess. Some folks say they hear stuff from 3B at night, but it's probably nothing." "But the calls, man," I said. "They're coming from inside the unit. How's that work if it's empty?" He just laughed, kinda nervous. "Dunno. System's probably messed up. Don't worry about it." Yeah, right. Easy for him to say. Anyway, one night I'd had enough. Another 3B complaint came in and I was like, screw it, I'm checking inside. I grabbed my master key and headed over. The hallway in Building F was dark as usual, lights buzzing and flickering. I got to 3B, stood there for a sec. Honest, I didn't want to go in. But I did. Unlocked the door, pushed it open. It was empty. No furniture, no lights, nothing. Just bare walls and this musty smell, like damp basement. I saw the phone though, plugged into the wall, which was nuts, 'cause the utilities were supposed to be off. I walked over, picked it up. Dead. No sound at all. I unplugged it, figuring that'd stop the calls. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, slow ones, coming from the bedroom. My heart started pounding, but I couldn't just leave, right? I crept over, pushed the door open. Nothing in there either. Just a puddle of water by the bathroom. Weird, 'cause I didn't see it before. Then I turned around, and wet footprints. Fresh ones, leading from the bathroom, through the bedroom, right to where I was standing. I swear I stopped breathing for a second. No one was there but those prints. They were right there. And then it got cold. Like freezing. My breath puffed out in little clouds, even though it was summer. I backed up fast, slammed the door, locked it. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the key. When I got home, my cat was going nuts, meowing, 'cause I forgot to fill his bowl before I left. I felt bad, but man, I was just happy to be out of there. Couldn't stop thinking about those footprints, that cold. I quit the next morning. Told my boss I couldn't do nights anymore. Didn't say why. Didn't think he'd buy it. Now, sometimes I drive by that complex, just because I'm curious, you know? And every time, I look up at 3B's windows. I swear I see someone moving in there, a shadow or something. But it's still empty. Supposed to be anyway. I don't know what was up with that place. Don't think I want to know either. Some stuff. You just leave it alone. This whole thing started last summer, back in 2023. I was doing this food delivery gig. You know, one of those apps where you grab takeout and drop it off. It wasn't glamorous or anything. Just a way to pay the bills. I'd been at it for a couple months, driving around late at night, usually half asleep. Most deliveries were boring, but there was this one place I hated going to. 1247 Maple Street. Normal little house, quiet street, nothing special. But man, it gave me the creeps. It started with the orders, always late, like 11 p.m. late. And huge. I'm talking enough food for a whole party. Piles of pizza boxes, bags of fries, you name it. Like, who needs that much food that late? But every time I got there, it was just this one woman at the door. Kinda tired looking, maybe 40 or 50, with messy hair and this blank stare. She'd grab the bags, shove some cash in my hand, and bam, door shut. No chit-chat, nothing. What really got me, though, was the noise inside. Every time I stood there, I'd hear voices. Not loud or anything, just a bunch of people talking all at once. Real quiet like. It was weird, you know? Like a low hum of whispers, all jumbled together. I'd try to peek inside when she opened the door, but it was too dark. Just shadows. I figured maybe she had a big family or something, but it never felt right. One night, I think it was July, super muggy out. I was wiping sweat off my face when I handed her the bags. She did her usual quick grab, but right as the door was closing, I heard something clear as day. A guy's voice, rough, saying, "She's here now." I stopped dead. My legs felt heavy, like I couldn't move. She didn't even look at me, just slammed the door. I stood there for a sec, heart racing, before I shook it off and left. Told myself I was just tired. Then there was this one time I screwed up. I delivered the food, started walking back to my car, and realized, damn it, I forgot the receipt. She always asked for it, so I had to go back. I knocked again, and all those voices, they stopped. Like someone flipped a switch. Total silence. I glanced at the window by the door, and, oh man, I'll never forget this. There were people inside. At least a dozen of them, standing in the living room. Not moving, not talking. Just standing there, facing the door. Staring right at me. I couldn't breathe for a second. Their faces were so still, like statues. The light was dim, but I could see them. Men, women, all ages. Just frozen. Then the door cracked open, and her hand shot out. She didn't say anything. Didn't even look up. I shoved the receipt at her, and she yanked it back, shutting the door hard. I didn't run, but I wanted to. My hands were shaking when I got in the car. After that, I dreaded seeing that address pop up. But the orders kept coming, and I couldn't just quit. I needed the cash. Every time, it was the same deal. Big order, fast handoff, those creepy voices. I started noticing other stuff too. Like how the curtains were always drawn tight, even in the daytime when I'd drive by. Or this faint smell sometimes, sharp and sour, like old meat. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a busted fridge, but it stuck with me. Then, maybe a week after the receipt thing, I was crashing on my couch, scrolling my phone, and the news came on. 1247 Maple Street. Cop cars everywhere, lights flashing. The reporter said they'd found 11 bodies in the basement. 11. My chest went tight. They said the woman had been luring homeless people there, keeping them locked up for months. The food I'd been dropping off? That was to keep them alive until she didn't need them anymore. I just sat there, staring at the screen. Those voices, they were those people. Trapped, scared, waiting. And that night I saw them standing there. God, maybe they were drugged or something. I don't know. The news didn't say much, just called it gruesome, and left it at that. Still investigating, they said. I quit the job the next day. Couldn't do it anymore. Every time I'd pass that street, I'd see that house in my head. Those people staring, her grabbing the receipt like nothing was wrong. I keep wondering, could I have done something? Called the cops sooner? But what would I even say? Hey, this lady orders a lot of food and I hear voices? Yeah, right. It's been months, but I still think about it. Especially at night, when it's quiet. I'll be lying there and I don't know. I can almost hear those whispers again. Makes me wonder how close I was to being one of them. I'm gonna tell you about this weird thing that happened to me last summer. I don't even like thinking about it, but you asked, so here it goes. I was broke, right? Needed money bad for school stuff, so I started this little cleaning gig for Airbnb places. Most of it was boring, making beds, wiping sinks, you know. But there was this one house. Ugh, it still freaks me out. It was on Pine Street, number 15, in this nice part of town. Looked real pretty outside. White paint, big windows, daisies in the garden. But the paint was peeling a bit, and the windows always looked dark, like no light ever got in. I remember my car radio was acting up that day, just static, and I spilled soda on my jeans before I even got there. Anyway, inside that house, totally different vibe. First time I went, I saw these scratches inside the bedroom closet door. Like, deep scratches, man. Like someone was stuck in there, clawing to get out. The wood was splintered, and there were dark stains near the bottom. Maybe blood or something. I told the owner, Mr. Jenkins, I think his name was, and he just laughed, all nervous-like. Said it was old house stuff, and not to worry. Paid me extra to keep coming back, so I was like, okay, fine. But then there was the mirror in the bathroom. Every time I cleaned, these handprints showed up on it. Not smudges, clear hands, pressed flat, like someone was trying to push through from the other side. Always in the center, and no matter how hard I scrubbed, they'd come back next visit. I even tried spitting a rag once like my grandma used to do on windows. Nothing worked. It was weird. And the basement? Oh man, don't get me started. Smelled awful down there, like something dead. This thick, cloying odor that stuck to your clothes. I'd check for a dead squirrel or whatever, but nope, nothing. My buddy Dave said it was probably just mold, but it made my throat itch every time. I'd rush down, flip the breaker or whatever, and run back up, trying not to breathe too deep. The reviews, though, they were perfect. All 5 stars. So peaceful. Best sleep ever. I read them one day while eating a soggy sandwich in my car. But here's the thing, they all sounded the same. Same words, same short sentences, like, great place, very relaxing, over and over. I clicked the guest profiles, blank, no pics, all made the same day. I told Dave, and he's like, hey, fake reviews, no big deal. But it bugged me. Who makes all those accounts just for one house? So I got this dumb idea to stay there one night. Mr. Jenkins was gone, and I had the key, so I thought, why not? See what's up. I brought my old sleeping bag, the one with the hole in it, and crashed on the couch. It was quiet at first, just the fridge humming and the house creaking a little. My phone was dead because I forgot to charge it, figures. I lay there, staring at the ceiling. It was too quiet, you know? Like the house was holding its breath. Then, like, 3 a.m. hits. I hear voices. Not loud, just whispers coming from the basement. More than one person, talking low. Muffled, like behind a wall. I didn't want to move, but I grabbed my flashlight, hands all shaky. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Went to the basement door and it's locked from the inside. I had the key in my pocket, the only key. I jiggled it, and the voices just stopped. Dead quiet, like they knew I was there. I couldn't stay there. Ran upstairs, grabbed my stuff, and called Mr. Jenkins from my car. Phone's disconnected. Tried again, thinking I messed up the number, but no. Gone. I was freaking out, man. Next day, I went to the real estate place. They said the house got sold months ago to some company, but they wouldn't tell me who. I looked it up. Nothing. No company, no record, nada. Never got my last paycheck either. Quit the cleaning gig right after. Sometimes I drive by that house. Looks normal, new people staying there. But I keep thinking, what was down in that basement? Who was talking? And those fake reviews? I don't know, man. I'm never going back. Sometimes, when it's late and I can't sleep, I wonder if those voices are still there, whispering in the dark. I'm gonna tell you about something that happened to me back in my sophomore year at State University. It's messed me up, honestly, and I still don't get it all. I was just a regular student, you know, stuck in this tough organic chemistry class. One night, I was in the lab, late, around 11 p.m., trying to finish up some dumb experiment. The place was empty, just me and those buzzing lights. Kinda smelled like bleach or something, and the metal tables were freezing when I brushed against them. I was shoving my stuff into my bag when, bam, this scream hit me. Not a normal yell, but this awful, panicked sound coming from the research lab next door. I froze for a sec, heart pounding, then bolted over there. Pushed the door open and saw Marcus, my lab partner, on the floor. He was shaking bad, like a seizure or something, with these gross chemical burns all over his arms and face. Red, peeling, ugh, it was nasty. Derek, the grad student who ran our lab, was there too, freaking out, wiping up some spilled stuff with a wad of paper towels. "Call 911!" Derek shouted, all wild-eyed. I yanked out my phone, hands shaky, but then he lunged at me, grabbed my wrist. "No, wait, stop. We gotta handle this differently." I was like, "What?" "He's dying, dude." But Derek just shook his head, muttering, "You don't get it." He pulled out his phone, dialed someone, and started whispering stuff like, "It happened again, containment, liability crap." I stood there, dumbstruck, while Marcus was still groaning on the floor. Then, get this, 2 guys in suits showed up. Not cops, not medics, just these stiff-looking dudes. Took maybe 5 minutes, way too quick. They didn't even talk, just hauled Marcus onto a stretcher and carried him out. I followed them a bit, saw them head to the back exit. No flashing lights, no ambulance, just this creepy black van waiting there. Derek came up behind me, all chill now, which was weird. Handed me this envelope and said, "Here, take it." Inside, $2,000 in cash and some paper saying I wasn't in the lab that night. "Sign it," he told me, voice flat. Keeps things simple. I didn't know what to do, so I signed it, stuffed the cash in my pocket. Derek locked the lab door, gave me this hard stare, like, "Shut up about it," and left. Next day, I went to class, expecting people to be freaking out, but nothing. Everyone acted normal, like it was just another Tuesday. I asked a couple people about Marcus. "Hey, you seen Marcus around?" They just blinked at me. "Who's Marcus?" one guy said, frowning. I pulled up a photo on my phone. Me and Marcus, chilling at a coffee shop a few weeks back. But looking at it, I don't know, it felt weird, like his face wasn't right anymore. I swung by his dorm after. Door was open, room totally empty. Not just moved out empty, but scrubbed, like no one ever lived there. The RA was down the hall and I asked him, "Yo, what happened to the guy in 304? He shrugged. "Been empty all year, man. You okay?" My chest got tight. I'd been in that room last week, eating pizza and watching Marcus lose at Mario Kart. Tried his phone. Rang once, then voicemail. Not even his voice, just that robot one. I left a message. "Hey, Marcus, you good? Call me." But I knew he wouldn't. He was gone. Went to the registrar's office, feeling desperate. "Can you check on a student? Marcus, I don't know his last name, but he's in my class." The lady typed for a sec, then said, "No record of any Marcus here. Ever." I wanted to scream. I had proof, pictures, texts. But it was like he'd been wiped out. That night I couldn't sleep. My apartment was too quiet. Every creak from the old wooden floor made me jump. My roommate's dog kept whining at the window, even though nothing was out there. I kept smelling that chemical stink too, like it was stuck in my nose. The cash and that paper, still got 'em sitting in my desk drawer. Haven't touched the money, feels wrong, you know? Those photos of Marcus, I scroll through them sometimes, but they're creepy now. His smile looks off, blurry almost. And sometimes, swear to God, I hear that scream again, faint, like it's stuck in my head. I don't know what they did to him, or why. Derek? The suits? The university? No clue. But I feel like someone's keeping tabs on me, waiting for me to slip up and talk. I think about telling someone, but who'd buy this? Sounds nuts, right? So I just keep quiet, act like it's fine. But it's not. Something's really, really wrong. My name is Alex. When I got my dorm assignment freshman year, I was pretty pumped. New start, you know? I'd been stuck at home all summer, so moving into this big campus felt huge. The housing office said my roommate was a senior, Tyler. I was like, wait, a senior? That's random. Usually it's two freshmen together. But I figured, maybe he's a transfer or something. Tyler was fine at first. Quiet guy. Always hunched over his desk, scribbling in notebooks. I'd say hi, try to chat, but he'd just nod or mutter, hey, and keep going. His side of the room was neat though, weirdly neat. But then I started picking up on stuff. He never left during the day, like, not once. Only at night. I'd hear him shuffle out around midnight, door clicking shut, and he'd be back by morning. And his stuff? It smelled like hospital. You know, that sharp, clean smell? Antiseptic, I guess. Saw some medical junk too. Tubes, little metal tools. But I didn't ask. Didn't want to seem rude. I started feeling off around him, like one night I woke up, pitch black, and I heard him talking, mumbling, real low. Couldn't catch the words, but it made my skin crawl. I stayed still, pretending to sleep. Another time, I swear he was standing by my bed, just watching. I blinked, and he was back under his covers, out cold. I told myself it was nothing. Probably just tired. Midterms were coming, and I hadn't done laundry in forever, so I was down to my last pair of socks. But then, God, this still messes me up. One night, I jolted awake, and there he was, Tyler, standing over me with a freaking syringe in his hand. I froze, heart slamming in my chest. Dude, what are you doing? I stammered. He jumped back, all shaky, and goes, sorry man, I'm diabetic, just fixing my insulin. He wouldn't look at me, just stuffed the syringe in a drawer. I wanted to believe him, really did, but his voice was all wrong, too nervous. I barely slept after that. Next day, I started crashing at my friend Jake's place down the hall. His roommate didn't care, and their room had this old rug that smelled like pizza, but it beat being near Tyler. I'd only go back to grab stuff, books, clothes, whatever. Tyler'd be there, acting normal, but I'd catch him staring sometimes. Those eyes, man. Too focused. Then one afternoon, I came back, and there were these security guys in our room, packing up Tyler's stuff, quick and quiet. I was like, what's happening? One of them, this big guy with a buzz cut, goes, clerical error. Tyler wasn't supposed to be here. I blinked. What do you mean? He handed me some papers. He's from the medical research facility, a patient. Got mixed up with student housing. My jaw dropped. A patient? Like, what kind? He just shrugged. Sign this. We're moving you to a new room. Don't talk about it. I was too stunned to argue. Scribbled my name, grabbed my stuff. They were gone in 10 minutes. I moved that day. New room was fine, but I couldn't shake it. What was Tyler? Why me? A week later, I was by the vending machine. It was always out of those BBQ chips I liked. When I ran into this janitor, Joe. Old guy, always sweeping the halls. I asked, half joking, "Hey, You know anything about my old roommate, Tyler? He stopped, looked around, then leaned in close. Heard he was in some program for people with head problems, you know? Serious stuff. They were testing if he could act normal around regular kids. I stared. Wait, so I was, what, part of it? Joe nodded slow. Sounds like it. Didn't tell you, huh? I felt my throat tighten. Number. They didn't. After that, I was a mess. Kept replaying it all. Tyler's mumbles, that syringe, those night stares. What was he gonna do? And the university just let him live with me? Like I was some lab rat? I started double-checking my lock every night. Once, I heard footsteps outside my door. Turned out to be some drunk guy stumbling home, but I still flipped out. I never saw Tyler again. Don't know where he went. Joe said the research building's got locked floors you need special keys for. Makes me wonder what else is down there. Sometimes, I catch that hospital smell randomly, like in the stairwell, and it hits me all over again. What if I hadn't woken up that night? What if he'd... I don't know. I don't want to know. I gotta get this off my chest, okay? It's about something that started back in my sophomore year. I got this email one day about a scholarship, the Blackwood Academic Excellence Program. It was unreal. Full tuition, a place to live, even some cash every month. All I had to do was join their special research projects. Sounded like a dream, you know? But, it's not what I thought. They didn't mess around with the selection stuff. There were all these tests, psych evaluations, medical checkups, and talks with these professors I'd never even seen around campus. I figured it was just because it was a big deal. They picked 25 of us and we got moved to this residential place away from everyone else. The facility was tucked away at the edge of the campus, surrounded by dense woods that seemed to swallow any sound. At night, the silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of the old building, or the distant howl of wind through the trees. The halls were dimly lit, with lights that flickered unpredictably, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Sometimes, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. It made me jumpy, always feeling like someone was watching me. Our days were packed. Classes from morning till evening, then study time after. No leaving unless they said so. And they watched our internet like hawks. I met some cool people there, though. We'd joke about the workload over burnt coffee from the machine in the lounge. But even they started acting weird after a while. One girl, Sarah, who used to be really outgoing, became withdrawn and paranoid. She'd whisper to me in the library, saying she thought the professors were listening to our conversations. Another guy, Mike, started having night terrors, screaming in his sleep about being trapped in a lab. We tried to support each other, but the fear was palpable, and trust was hard to come by. The classes were weird. Stuff like brain science and how to mess with people's heads. Not normal college junk. The professors had these cold, emotionless expressions, like they were hiding something. We had to sign papers promising not to talk about it. I didn't think much of it then, just happy to be picked. But I started noticing things, like the floorboards in my room squeaked every time someone passed by at night. Same time, every night. I'd lie awake, heart pounding, wondering who was out there. A few months in, things got strange. Some of the others changed. They could remember everything, spot patterns in seconds, even talk people into stuff effortlessly. The professors said it was the learning protocols working. But then, people who asked too many questions, or tried to quit, got sick. Real bad. Seizures, hallucinations, acting like someone else. I'd see him in the halls, pale and shaky, and I'd just look away. One night, I woke up, and my roommate was staring at me in the dark, eyes locked on mine. I mumbled, "Dude, what's up?" He whispered, "They're watching us," then rolled over and slept. I didn't sleep after that. Another time, I found a crumpled note under my pillow. "Don't trust anyone." No idea who wrote it. I started suspecting everyone. The treatment sessions were the worst. They'd strap me into a chair, attach electrodes to my head, and hit me with flashing lights, loud noises, sometimes electric shocks. Each session left me drained, disoriented, like my mind was being rewired. I'd have memory gaps or recall things that never happened. Conversations with strangers. It was terrifying, not knowing what was real. One evening, I sneaked into the administrative office, heart pounding. I picked the lock with a paperclip and found files on us. Medical histories, psych profiles, notes on our progress. There were documents about Project Blackwood, mentioning cognitive enhancement and behavioral modification. Some pages hinted at past students who'd disappeared or suffered breakdowns. It was chilling. It crashed down when I called my mom. She mentioned progress reports and photos of me in classes I never took. I dug deeper. The program wasn't part of the school. It was an experiment, funded by shadowy government types with too much power. I couldn't leave. They wouldn't let me. Finally, I snapped. I stormed into Professor Hayes' office, trembling with rage. "What are you doing to us?" I shouted. He smiled coldly. "You signed the contract. You knew what you were getting into." I threatened to expose them. His face darkened. "You won't get far. We have eyes everywhere." That night, I tried to escape, but security guards caught me, dragged me back, and locked me in. The next day, they put me through an extra-long session. I woke up unable to remember my name for hours, like my identity was slipping away. He'd said, "You're part of something bigger now. Embrace it." But I'm losing myself piece by piece. Every day I feel less like me, more like a puppet. I don't know how long I can hold on. If you're reading this, please, don't join the Blackwood program. It's not worth your soul. Spread the word. Save yourselves. And if you can, save me too. Footsteps. Gotta go. Be careful. I need to tell you about this messed up thing that happened to me. I work nights at this tiny hospital in some small town nobody cares about. It's old, right? Like the floors creak loud enough to wake you up, and the lights flicker when it's windy. The whole place smells like bleach, but there's this weird undertone, like something damp and gross you can't quite place. At night, it's dead quiet, except for the random beep of a monitor or a patient shuffling around. I'm a nurse, been doing the graveyard shift forever. It's usually chill, just me, a couple others, and sleeping patients. But lately, it's been freaky. It started with room 237. Old folks kept dying in there during my shifts. Not every night, but too many times. Always between 3 and 4 a.m. I check on them before. They're fine, breathing okay. Then, next thing I know, they're gone. No warning, no nothing. One was Mrs. Jenkins, this sweet old lady who'd thank me for adjusting her pillow, always smiling. Another was Mr. Thompson, a grump who'd complain about everything but light up when I snuck him extra pudding. I thought, they're old, it's normal, but it was always that room, always that time. I told Jen about it. She's another nurse, real laid back. We were getting coffee and I go, "Yo, you ever think 237's weird?" She just laughed. "What, like it's haunted? People die here, Sarah." "Yeah, sure, but..." It bugged me. Kept bugging me. Like I couldn't shake it. One night, after another death, I said screw it. I checked the security tapes. I'm not allowed, but I know the office code from a while back. Snuck in when nobody was looking, pulled up the footage. There she was, 3 a.m. sharp, some nurse walking into 237. But I didn't know her. I know everybody on nights. Who the hell was this? She moved all smooth, too quiet for those creaky floors, and her uniform was off, too starched, too white, like it didn't belong. I just sat there, hands trembling, watching the screen. She's in there a few minutes, then leaves. Patient died right after. I checked the staff list next shift. No match. Asked around. We got a new nurse? Nope. Even asked Mike, the janitor. He's weird but nice. He goes, 237? Yeah, the floorboards there squeak like my dog's chew toy. Okay, dude. Whatever. Then it got creepier. Passing 237 one night, I heard this low, like a whisper you can't catch. Patient was asleep, nobody else there. I peeked in. Empty. Just the old lady in bed. Told myself it's the pipes, but nah, it didn't feel right. Another time, I was eating a sandwich in the break room and my locker key was gone. Found it later under the table like it fell. Dumb stuff, but it made me paranoid. I kept feeling watched, like something was breathing down my neck. I had to figure it out. So I stayed late one night. Told Jen I was sick, clocked out, but snuck back in through the dock. Hid in 237 behind the bed. Old guy in there was snoring. I waited, sweating, staring at the clock. 3 a.m. Nothing. 3:10 to zip. Then at 3:15, the door creaked open, slow. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it'd give me away. She walked in. That nurse. Face all shadowy, but she glided to the bed. No clipboard, no nothing. Just stood there, staring at him. I peeked out, barely breathing. She leaned down, whispered something. Too quiet to hear, but it hit me like a chill. The snoring stopped. Dead quiet. The air got heavy, suffocating. She lingered, like she was soaking it in, then turned. Her head tilted, like she sensed me. I swear those cold eyes locked on mine. Then she slipped out. I waited, counted to 10, checked the guy. No pulse. I hit the alarm and bolted, legs shaking. Next day I went to my boss. Spilled it all. The deaths, the nurse, the tapes. He's all calm, says, "Sarah, you're stressed. It's just coincidence. That nurse? Probably a temp we didn't list." I'm like, "No, check the damn footage." He goes, "We'll look into it." Relax. But he wouldn't meet my eyes. Later, I heard him on the phone. Door was open a bit. He's whispering. "She's digging. Yeah, 237. Keep it under wraps." My stomach dropped. They knew. They were hiding it. Now I'm lost. If I talk, I'm screwed. Job's gone. Maybe worse. If I don't, more people die. I keep seeing her in my head. Those eyes, that creepy glide. Last night, I found a note in my pocket. Leave it alone. No idea who wrote it. That hum's stuck with me, louder now, like it's taunting me. I can't sleep. The sound twists into whispers saying, "You're next." Every shift, I'm terrified it's my last. What do I do? I guess I should start by saying I'm Rachel. I've got this lifestyle blog, nothing huge, but I've got like 50,000 followers, which is pretty cool, right? I share stuff about my life, what I wear, places I go, just normal things. It was fun, until it wasn't. Something messed up happened, and I can't stop thinking about it. It started a couple months back. I got this package at my door. No name, no return address, just a little note that said, "You deserve the best." Inside was this scarf, super nice, designer stuff I'd never buy for myself. I was so excited, I posted a picture online. My followers freaked out saying, "Oh my God, you've got a secret admirer." I kinda liked it, you know? Felt special. Then more stuff came. Earrings that went perfect with the scarf. A green handbag, my favorite color, which I'd only mentioned once on the blog forever ago. Each time, that same note. "You deserve the best." I kept posting about it like, "Who's this mystery person? This is wild." My followers were all, "Goals, and find this guy already." But then it got weird. One day, this dress shows up. Size 6. My size. I never told anyone that. Not online, not even my mom knows I'm that picky about sizing. The note said, "I know what you like." Okay. That's not cute anymore. How'd they know that? A few days later, I got a necklace. Little cat pendant. I'd been telling my friend Jess on the phone, like not online, just us, how I wanted something like that. My stomach did this flip, but not the good kind. I was like, no way, it's just a fluke. Right? I didn't post about that one. Then stuff in my apartment started feeling off. Like I'd come home and my keys weren't where I left them. Or my bedroom window was cracked open, but I don't remember touching it. My cat, Muffin. She'd run across the floor at night and the boards would creak so loud it'd wake me up. Normal stuff. But now it made me jumpy. I kept telling myself, Rachel, chill, you're imagining things. One night, I got home late from grabbing takeout. Oh, I forgot to grab napkins, so I was wiping my hands on my jeans like an idiot. And Muffin was going nuts, hissing at the bathroom door. I checked. Nothing. But I couldn't sleep after that. I had to know what was going on. My building's got hallway cameras, so I asked the landlord to let me see the footage. He's this old guy who smells like cigarettes, and he was like, "What? You think someone's stealing your mail?" I mumbled something dumb and he showed me the tapes. There he was. Some guy in a hoodie, tall, kinda skinny. He walked into my apartment, like he owned the place, while I was out. He had a key or something, I don't know. He stayed for like half an hour, left with a bag. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped my phone trying to call the cops. The police came, but they were useless. Nothing's stolen, so change your locks, they said. I did, but it didn't help. The gifts didn't stop. A photo of me at the park I jog in. Note said, "You're so pretty when you run." A book I'd been reading, with my favorite parts underlined. Stuff I'd only told my sister about in a text. I stopped blogging. Didn't matter. The notes got worse. We're perfect together. Then, soon, you'll be mine. I started crashing at Jess's place, but I had to go back home eventually. I needed clothes, my charger, stuff like that. That night, God, I hate even thinking about it. I was grabbing my things, rushing when I heard this sound from my room, like someone breathing real slow. I grabbed a lamp like that'd do anything and tiptoed over. The door was half open. There he was, sitting on my bed, holding my favorite sweater. The guy from the video. He looked up, smiled. This creepy, slow smile. "I've been waiting, Rachel," he said. "Time to complete my collection." I don't know what that meant, but I didn't wait to find out. I ran, tripped over Muffin's toy mouse, almost fell, but I kept going. Out the door, down the street, sobbing into my phone to 911. Cops came. He was gone, but they found stuff. In my closet, pictures of me sleeping, my old chapstick, a sock I thought I'd lost. I threw up when they showed me. I'm at my dad's place now. Quit blogging, deleted everything online, but I still get texts sometimes. Unknown number, just one word. Soon. I don't know if it's him or some jerk messing with me. I keep the curtains closed. Check the locks a million times. Every time Muffin scratches the floor, I jump. I used to love sharing my life. Now I wish I'd never started. Someone out there knows way too much about me, and I don't know if they're ever gonna stop watching. Me and my wife Lisa, we got this house. Cheap too. Like stupid cheap. I mean, it was perfect. Big yard, quiet street. We thought we hit the jackpot. But, yeah, we were so wrong. It all started when we decided to fix up the basement. Place was old, smelled like damp clothes left in the washer too long. The floorboards upstairs creaked like crazy whenever our dog, Max, ran around chasing his tail. Lisa hated that basement from day one, said it felt heavy. I just shrugged it off, thought she was being dramatic. Anyway, we were ripping out this ugly wood paneling down there. I was sweating. Lisa was holding the flashlight, and then, bam, we hit something weird. One wall sounded hollow when I tapped it, like empty behind it. Lisa laughed. What if it's a secret room or something? I grabbed a crowbar and pried it open just for kicks. There were boxes inside, old ones covered in dust. I pulled one out, and it was full of stuff. Cell phones, wallets, rings, even a cracked watch that looked like it stopped years ago. Some phones were new, others were those flip ones from way back. Weirdest part? Every phone had the same last text. I'm scared. Please help me. I didn't even know what to say. Lisa went pale, dropped the flashlight. It rolled across the floor, made this loud clatter. We started digging into the house's past after that. Found out it had been sold a ton of times. Families moved in, stayed a few months, then bolted. No one stuck around. I kept thinking, okay, maybe it's just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Then there was our neighbor, Mr. Jenkins. Old guy, always smiling, brought us cookies when we moved in. Seemed nice. But after we found those boxes, he got weird. I'd see him standing at his window, staring at our house. Not moving, just watching. One time, I waved, and he didn't wave back, just kept staring, gave me the creeps. A few nights later, I heard something. Footsteps, down in the basement. Slow, like someone didn't want to be heard. I grabbed my phone for light. Battery was half dead, figures, and went down. The hollow wall, wide open again. We'd shut it, I swear. Some boxes were shifted like someone messed with them. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the phone. I told Lisa we should leave. Sell the place, get out. She agreed, kept saying, I don't feel safe here. But me? I couldn't let it go. I had to figure it out. So, I kept digging. Found out Mr. Jenkins owned half the street. Bought houses cheap after families left in a hurry. Pattern was too perfect. Then I remembered he'd given us this jar of jam when we moved in. Label said Jenkins Family Farm. I looked it up. Place was real, but abandoned, out in the middle of nowhere. I drove out there. Dumb, I know. Farm was falling apart, weeds everywhere, rusted tractor in the yard. There was this shed, door half open. Inside, more boxes. Same stuff. Phones, wallets, all with that text. I'm scared. Please help me. I froze. It hit me. Jenkins was scaring people out of their homes. For years. And now he knew we'd found his secret. Got home late. Lisa was supposed to be in bed, but she wasn't there. Sheets were cold. My heart started racing. I checked the basement. Wall was open, boxes gone. Then I heard it, a creak outside. Looked out the window and there he was, Mr. Jenkins, standing in our backyard with a flashlight, smiling. That smile, I'll never forget it. I called the cops, voice all shaky. They came, searched everywhere. Jenkins was gone. So was Lisa. Only thing left was a note on the counter. You should have left when you had the chance. My handwriting's crap, but I scribbled it down somewhere to remember it. I'm in a motel now. Can't go back. Don't know where Lisa is, if she's okay, if she's... I keep hearing Max barking in my head, even though he's with my sister now. Jenkins is still out there, I know it, watching, waiting. Those texts keep running through my mind. I'm scared, please help me. Yeah, I get it now. I'm scared too. Last Tuesday, I think it was, I was out with some buddies downtown. We hit up this burger joint, the one with those greasy fries I can't stop eating even though they make my stomach hurt after. It was cold out, like my breath was fogging up, and I was in this dumb hoodie that barely kept me warm. Anyway, it was pushing 11 p.m., and I was done. Didn't want to walk home, too lazy, too chilly. So I opened the Uber app. Said some guy named Dave in a gray Nissan was coming. Cool. Whatever. This car rolls up, right? Gray Nissan, just like the app said. Dude leans out the window, goes, "You Sophia?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's me," and hop in the back. Smelled like cheap coffee and those little tree air fresheners. He asks my address, I tell him, and we're off. I'm just chilling, scrolling my phone, texting my friend about how I ate too many fries again. Normal stuff. But then 20 minutes go by, and I look up. We're not near my place. At all. I live by that park with the busted fountain, you know? This was all dark streets, no lights, just big ugly buildings. I check the app, route's way off. My heart's doing this dumb little thump-thump thing, but I'm trying to play it cool. "Hey, Dave? Think we took a wrong turn or something?" He doesn't even look back, just says, real slow, "Nah, there's been a change of plans." What? Change of plans? I'm like, excuse me? My voice cracks a little. I hate that. Then he holds up his phone, and there's a picture on it. My apartment building. My freaking car parked out front. The one with the dumb scratch on the hood from when I hit that pole last year. I just stare at it. How's he got that? "Been keeping tabs on you," he says, all calm like he's telling me the weather. "Know where you live, where you work at that coffee shop with the cracked window, who you hang with." I'm freaking out now, hands all sweaty, but I try to laugh it off, like, "What? Why?" He goes, "It's a job. Your ex's new girl paid me to send a message. Stay away from him." I'm sitting there, brain spinning. My ex? I haven't texted that jerk in forever. And who's this new girlfriend? Why is she this obsessed? "Look," I say, "I don't even talk to him. This is crazy. Just let me out, okay?" My voice is all shaky now, and I hate how scared I sound. He just shakes his head. "Can't do that." We're deep in this industrial area now. Warehouses, chain link fences, no one around. I grab the door handle. Locked. I bang on the window, yell, "Let me out!" Nothing. He's just driving, sipping his stupid coffee like I'm not losing it back here. My phone's at 5%. I try calling my friend, but it dies right as it rings. Great. Perfect. I'm slamming my fist on the seat, thinking maybe I can kick the window or something dumb like that. Then he says, "Real driver got paid off. Gave me the ride info. Easy switch." My head's screaming. This isn't random. Someone planned this. We pull into this empty lot, all gravel and shadows. He stops the car, turns off the engine. I'm thinking, this is it, I'm done. He's too quiet, just sitting there, watching me in the mirror with these creepy, steady eyes. I'm shaking so bad I can barely breathe. "Please," I whisper. "I won't tell anyone. Just let me go." His phone buzzes. He answers, mutters, "Yeah, she's here. What now?" Pause. Got it. Hangs up. Then he gets out, leaves the door open. I hear him pacing outside, gravel crunching under his boots. I'm frozen for a sec, then I see it. The keys, still in the ignition. My hands are all clumsy, but I scramble up front, turn the key. Car starts. I floor it, tires spinning, and peel out of there. I don't stop till I hit a gas station, some 24-hour place with flickering lights. I stumble inside, crying, begging the guy behind the counter to call the cops. They show up, take my story, but they don't find Dave or the Nissan. Said they'd look into it, but I could tell they thought I was nuts. It's been days now. I keep the blinds shut, check the locks like 10 times a night. My cat's been extra jumpy, keeps scratching at the door like she hears something. I spilled coffee all over my counter yesterday because my hands wouldn't stop shaking. And I keep wondering, was it really about my ex? Or was that just some lie? Dave knew too much. Way more than some jealous girlfriend would care about. I don't know what he wanted, and that's what keeps me up. Just staring at the ceiling, waiting for a gray Nissan to pull up outside. My name is Jake. I'm 24, driving Uber to scrape by for nursing school. It's late nights mostly, you know? Keeps me awake with coffee and those cheap gas station snacks, stale chips and energy drinks that taste like battery acid. That night my phone was half dead, and I'd been meaning to grab a charger, but I forgot. Typical me. So it's like 1 a.m., dead quiet on the roads. I get this ping from a medical center a few streets over. I figure it's some night shift worker or a patient heading home. I roll up, and the place looks dark, like no lights, no cars. Kinda weird for a medical center, even at this hour. There's a flickering streetlight nearby, casting long shadows across the empty parking lot. The building's got this faded sign, half peeling, and the windows are black voids. I check the app again. The address matches, so I wait. Something feels off, but I shrug it away. Too much caffeine, not enough sleep. This old guy shuffles out. Real slow, like he's lost. He's got a coat too big for him, hanging off his frail frame, and his hands are shaking bad. I lean back, say, "You heading to 123 Elm Street?" He nods, mumbles, "Yeah, my daughter's house. Gotta get there quick." His voice is all raspy, and he's breathing heavy. I chalk it up to age or some condition. I'm training to be a nurse, so I've seen shaky old folks before, but this guy's got an edge to him I can't place. We start driving. I try chatting, you know, to pass the time. "Rough night, huh?" He don't answer. Just stares out the window, clutching his coat like it's a lifeline. Then he mutters, "They're gonna find me. I can't stay." His voice is shaky, almost pleading. I laugh a little, nervous, I guess, thinking he's confused. My uncle used to ramble like that when his mind started going. But something about the way he said it makes my skin crawl. I glance at him in the mirror, and his eyes are darting around, wild, like he's expecting someone to lunge from the shadows. The streetlights flicker as we go, casting weird shadows inside the car. I notice he's getting twitchy, shifting in the seat like he can't sit still. I hear this weird creak from the back, like when my dog used to paw at the floorboards. It's unnerving as hell. I glance in the mirror again, and he's rocking a little, eyes wide, staring at something I can't see. "You okay, man?" I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. No reply, just more mumbling, words I can't catch. My palms get sweaty on the wheel, and I grip it tighter. My gut's screaming something ain't right. Then, bam! He starts jerking, hard, like a seizure or something. His head slams back, arms flailing, hitting the window with a dull thud. I panic, swerve to the curb, and hit the hazards. Hang on, I yell, fumbling for my phone. I dial 911, hands shaking so bad I almost drop it. "Yeah, my passenger's, he's seizing or something. I'm on Oak Road." Ambulance shows up fast. Paramedics pull him out, and I'm just standing there, heart pounding. One of them looks at his wrist. There's this medical bracelet I didn't notice before. They call the number on it, and their faces go weird, tight. They ask, "Where'd you pick him up?" I tell them, "The medical center on 5th. The guy frowns. "That place? It's been shut down for years. Empty." I'm like, "What? No way." I was there. But then I think, dark lot, no lights, that eerie stillness. They check his ID and it hits. He's been missing. From a memory care place 3 states over. Weeks gone. Cops roll up asking me stuff, and I'm stammering, I just picked him up, I swear." Later they tell me they pulled security footage. That medical center? Some crooks were using it, holding old folks with dementia, faking insurance claims, human trafficking, right under my nose. And that seizure wasn't a seizure. He was fighting to get away, desperate. They were gonna move him that night. And I was their ride out. I'm shaking just saying this. I didn't know, man. I thought I was helping. But now, every time I drive, I see that empty building in my head. Those dark windows staring back at me. I check every address twice, even when I know it's legit. Last night, I swore I heard that creak again in the back seat. Probably just the car settling, right? But I don't know. I keep the radio on loud now, blasting music to drown out any weird noises. Gotta run. Shift starting. Watch yourself out there, okay? I gotta tell you about this thing that happened. I'm an Uber driver, been doing it for a couple years. It's just me, my car, and the road. You know? Keeps the lights on. This one day, I was parked outside this mall. Big place. Lots of people. It was like 7 or 8 at night, I think. Sky was all gray and heavy, made everything look kinda dull. I was just sitting there, sipping a coffee that was already cold, waiting for the app to ping. Then it does. Some guy named Mark or something. I don't remember exactly. I pull up, and this dude hops in the back. He's normal, I guess? Maybe 30s, wearing a hoodie and jeans. Had this little backpack with him. "Hey, thanks for the ride," he says, all cheery. I mumble something back. Check the drop-off. It's a house like 20 minutes away. And we go. He's quiet for a bit, just scrolling on his phone. Then he leans forward a little and goes, "So, how long you been driving?" I say, "Oh, a couple years." He nods, like he's real interested. Cool. You live around here?" I'm thinking, why is he asking that? But I just say, "Yeah, not too far." He smiles, too big, maybe, and keeps going. "Got a family? Kids?" I don't know why I answered. Guess I was tired or something. Yeah, a wife and a son. He's 7. He's like, "Oh, that's awesome. What's his name?" I hesitate, felt weird, but I mutter, "Jake." He's typing on his phone now, says, Nice. You got any pets or anything?" I'm like, "Yeah, a cat." She's old though, keeps scratching up the couch. He laughs, and it's, I don't know, loud. Then he goes, "Hey, don't worry about all the questions. I'm doing this survey thing for Uber. They want to know more about drivers, make things better or whatever." He shows me his phone. There's this form. Looks fancy, got the Uber logo and all. I relax a little. "Oh, okay," I say. Figured it made sense, but he keeps going. "What's your schedule like? You work nights a lot?" I tell him. "Yeah, mostly nights. Days are too slow." He's still typing. "Where you live exactly? Like, what street?" I pause. Felt my chest get tight, but I'm dumb and say, "Over on Pine Road, east side." He nods, asks more. "You own the house? Rent?" I'm like, "Own it." "Well, me and the bank, huh?" It's getting creepy now. We're halfway there, and he's asking stuff like, "You ever go on vacation? Leave the house empty?" I laugh, nervous-like, and say, "Not really, man." He just keeps smiling, says, "Good to know." I notice his backpack's unzipped a little, and I swear I saw a camera lens in there. Made my hands sweaty on the wheel. Finally, we get to the house. It's dark out now, streetlights flickering. He goes, "Hey, quick favor. Can I snap a pic for the survey? Just your face." I'm like, I guess? He takes it fast, says, "Perfect. Thanks, man. Take care of Jake and that cat, huh?" Then he's out, walking up to this house that looks empty, maybe? No lights on. I drive off, heart pounding. Forgot about it for a while. Life goes on, you know? Then, like 3 weeks later, I'm eating cereal, stale, because I forgot to close the box, and my phone rings. It's my bank. "Sir, we've got some weird charges here. You buy a TV in Ohio?" I'm like, "What?" "No." Check my account. Hundreds gone. Next day, I get mail about a car loan I didn't take out. My name's on it. My license number. Everything. I'm freaking out, right? Call the cops, and they're asking about some shady business deals tied to my name. Tax fraud, they say. I'm yelling, "I didn't do that!" They show me papers, my signature, but it's not mine. Then it clicks. That guy, Mark. He knew everything. My house, my kid, my hours. I tell the cops about the ride, the survey. They frown, say, Uber doesn't do surveys like that. I dig online. Turns out there's this scam. People pretending to be passengers, hitting up drivers like me. They've stolen millions, credit cards, loans, all of it. Worse, some of the money's linked to bad stuff. Drugs, smuggling. My name's on some of those accounts now. Cops don't believe I'm innocent, say I gotta prove it. It's been months. I'm still fighting it. Lawyer's bleeding me dry. Wife's mad because the cat got sick and we can't afford the vet. Every time I drive, I'm checking the back seat like someone's there. Last week, I heard my floor creak. Sounded like footsteps, but it was just the wind, I think. I don't sleep much anymore. That guy's out there, and I keep wondering, what if he comes back? This is something freaky that happened to me a while back. I don't usually tell people. It's weird and messed up, but I feel like I should. It's not fake or anything. It really happened, and I'm still shaken up. So, I was just at home one night, messing around on Tinder. I was bored, swiping left and right, hoping to find someone cool to talk to. Then I matched with this woman, Jessica. She was, wow, stunning. Her pictures looked so good, almost too good, like she could be in ads or something. I thought, no way this is real. But then she messaged me. Hey cutie, she wrote. I was like, whoa, okay, maybe I'm in luck. We started chatting, and it went on for a week. She seemed so into me, kept asking stuff about my life, like, what's your job? Or, got any brothers or sisters? I told her I work with computers, and she was all, oh, that's awesome, you're so smart. She even remembered dumb stuff, like how I don't like loud neighbors. My upstairs guy stomps around like an elephant sometimes. It felt good, like she actually cared. Then she said we should meet up at this coffee shop downtown. I was nervous. Haven't dated in forever, but excited too. I got there early, grabbed a caramel latte, and sat by the window. The place was chill. Wooden tables, soft music, that coffee smell everywhere. Only a few people were around. I kept checking my phone, waiting. She didn't show. After 20 minutes, I got a text. Stuck in traffic, running late. I was like, okay, fine. But then, I noticed this guy across the room. He was staring at me, hard, and, I think he was taking pictures with his phone. It creeped me out. I tried to ignore it, but he wouldn't stop. Finally, I got up. Hey man, what's your problem? I said, probably louder than I meant to. He jumped a little, then showed me his phone. I thought you were someone else, he mumbled. On the screen was a Tinder profile, with my face. But it wasn't mine. The name was Mike, and it said he was a doctor. I'm not a doctor. There were pictures of me I'd never seen. I just stood there like, what the hell? He said, you've been texting me for months, said your mom was sick. I sent you thousands of dollars. I couldn't even speak. That's not me, I said. Someone's using my pictures. He got mad. You're lying. You're Mike, he yelled. I showed him my ID, different name, but he didn't care. You look just like him, he kept saying. I freaked out and left. Outside, I saw another guy walk in, looking all nervous. I wondered, was he here for Mike too? I checked Tinder. Jessica's profile was gone. Just gone. My hands were shaking. I went home, and that's when I saw it. Emails from my bank. Weird charges. Someone had opened credit cards in my name, bought TVs and stuff. I called the bank, but they said it'd take forever to fix. I felt sick. Next day, I went to the cops. They were nice, but it was bad news. They said I was number 47 in their case. Jessica, or whoever, had scammed tons of guys like this. Fake relationships, stealing money, ruining lives. One guy lost his house, another thought he was gonna marry me. The cops showed me pictures, other guys who kinda looked like me. All tricked the same way. It's been months, but I'm still messed up. I canceled everything, changed passwords, all that. But I keep thinking she's out there, using my face. Sometimes I get random friend requests online. People I don't know. I ignore them, but it's creepy. A while back, I was buying groceries, and this lady came up to me. "Hey, aren't you that Tinder guy? The one with the sick dog?" she said. I froze. "No, that's not me," I told her. She stared. "You look exactly like him." I just grabbed my stuff and bolted. I don't go on Tinder anymore. Can't. Every little noise, like when my fridge hums funny at night, makes me jump. I keep wondering how many people think I'm the bad guy. How many got hurt because of her. I even thought about moving, but that's dumb, right? It's like, I don't know who I am sometimes. Like someone else is out there, pretending to be me, and I can't stop it. It's something I still think about way too much, and it's kinda hard to talk about without getting nervous. But I'll try. I was bored one Tuesday night, just scrolling on Tinder, swiping left, swiping right, nothing special. Then I matched with this guy, Mike. He seemed cool, like really normal. Good job, nice pics of his apartment, no creepy vibes. We messaged back and forth for a few days, and he was funny, charming even. He asked if I wanted to come over for dinner at his place. I hesitated. 'Cause, meeting a stranger and all, but he seemed legit, so I said yeah. His apartment was in this fancy complex downtown, the kind with a buzzer and a security guy at personally. Felt safe enough. When I got there, though, it was weird. The elevator ride up took forever, creaking like it was about to break. I knocked on his door, and Mike opened it with this big grin. "Hey, come on in," he said, all cheery. But as soon as I stepped inside, I got this funny feeling. The place was nice, fancy couch, big TV, but it smelled kinda musty, like no one had opened a window in weeks. And the walls, they were covered with photos. Not just a few, but tons of them. Families, couples, random people smiling. None of them were Mike. I pointed at one, some lady with a kid, and asked, who's that?" He just laughed, kinda quick, and said, "Oh, those? They came with the place. Haven't taken them down yet." It didn't make sense, but I didn't push it. We sat down for dinner. Pasta with some sauce he made. It was good, actually, but I couldn't relax. Then I heard this noise. A little scratch, scratch, scratch coming from the closet by the kitchen. I froze mid-bite and said, "You hear that?" He shrugged, all casual. "Yeah, probably just the heater kicking on. Old building." But it didn't sound like a heater. It was too alive, Like something moving. I tried to laugh it off, but my hands were getting sweaty. After a while, I said I needed the bathroom. I just wanted a minute to breathe. When I got in there, I saw this stack of mail on the counter. I wasn't trying to snoop, but it was right there. The names, they were all different, like Emily Carter, John Davis, Sarah Lee. None of them said Mike. My brain started spinning. Maybe he's picking up mail for neighbors? But why so many? I wiped my hands on my jeans. They were shaking now, and went back out. "I think I gotta go," I said, trying to sound chill. "Got work early tomorrow." He stood up fast, too fast, and stepped between me and the door. "Oh, come on. Stay a bit longer. I got dessert, chocolate cake." His voice was all friendly, but his eyes, they were locked on me, unblinking. I forced a smile and said, "No, really, I'm tired." He didn't move. "Just one slice," he said, stepping closer. I could smell his breath, garlic and something sour. My heart was pounding so loud I thought he'd hear it. "Please, I need to go," I stammered, pushing past him. He grabbed my wrist, not hard, but enough to stop me. "You sure?" he said, staring. I yanked my arm free and bolted out the door, practically tripping over my own feet. I didn't stop moving till I was in my car, doors locked, engine on. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting him to be there, but the street was empty. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. My dog was whining at the window for no reason, which he never does, and it freaked me out more. The next day, I called the apartment complex. My hands were shaking again while I dialed. "Hi, can you tell me about the guy in 5B, Mike?" The lady on the phone paused. "There's no Mike here. That's Emily Carter's place, but she's been missing for 2 weeks. Police are looking into it." I almost dropped the phone. "Missing?" I whispered. "Yeah," she said. "You okay?" I didn't know what to say, so I hung up. Later, I saw it on the news. Cops arrested some guy linked to missing people. They showed his picture. It was Mike. They said he'd been using apartments of people he'd hurt, luring women there. I couldn't watch the rest. I just sat there, staring at my coffee table. I'd left my jacket at his place that night. Still had my favorite hair tie in the pocket. Dumb thing to think about, but it popped into my head. Now, I don't know. I keep hearing that scratching noise in my head, like it's stuck there. Sometimes I think I see him, across the street, in a crowd. But when I look again, he's gone. I deleted Tinder, obviously. Haven't told many people about this. Feels too crazy. But the other night my phone rang. No caller ID. I picked up and it was just silence. Long, heavy silence. Then it hung up. Probably nothing, right? Just a wrong number. But I keep the lights on now, just in case. I gotta tell you about this thing that happened to me a while back. Still freaks me out when I think about it. I'm just a regular person, okay? Live by myself in this little apartment in the city. I do some graphic design stuff on my computer for work, so I'm home a lot. Got this old rug in the living room that my cat Milo keeps scratching up. He's a gray tabby, always running around, making the floor creak at night. Milo's my buddy, though, curls up on my lap while I work, purring away. Used to be comforting, you know? Anyway, last year I was messing around on Tinder. Been alone too long, you know? Thought maybe I'd find someone cool. That's when I matched with this guy, David. His pictures were unreal. Fancy trips to Paris, Japan, all that. Said he was some smart consultant guy. We started texting and man, he was smooth. Our conversations flowed effortlessly. He was witty, charming, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We talked for weeks about everything from my design projects to my childhood dreams. He even asked about my favorite childhood memory, and I shared how I used to spend hours drawing in my grandmother's attic. He'd ask about my job, my family, even silly stuff like my favorite pizza place. Once he asked about my mom's maiden name, thought he was just curious, kinda cute. Little did I know, he was collecting pieces of my life to use against me. But, some stuff was weird. He'd mentioned this park I walk Milo at, but I never told him about it. Or my pizza spot with the goofy neon sign. I swear I didn't say that either. I just laugh it off, thinking, oh, I must have forgot I mentioned it. Dumb, right? So we planned to meet at this nice restaurant downtown. I was all nervous, got myself a new shirt and everything. Got there, and he's waiting. Tall, good-looking, big smile, just like his pics. The restaurant was cozy, with dim lighting and soft jazz playing in the background. I felt a flutter in my stomach as we shared stories and laughter. But then, the conversation took an unexpected turn. He started asking about my financial situation, my bank, my savings, even my investment plans. I felt a twinge of discomfort, but brushed it off, thinking he was just being practical for a potential future together. Told him I was saving for a new phone. So stupid. Halfway through, he says he's hitting the bathroom. I wait. 5 minutes, 10, 20. Nothing. I'm sitting there, feeling off, you know? Check my phone. No texts. Look around. He's gone. Then I see it. My bag's not on my chair anymore. My heart's pounding. I ask the waiter, "You see my bag?" He's clueless. I call David. Number's dead. Tinder? Profiles vanished. Panic set in as I rushed home, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. I tore through my apartment, hoping against hope that I had somehow left my bag behind. But it was nowhere to be found. My wallet, ID, keys, everything was gone. I felt violated, as if my entire life had been stripped away in an instant. Next few days, total mess. My cards get maxed out. Bank accounts empty. Someone's taking loans with my name. I'm losing it. Go to the cops, show them his pics. They check and say every photo's from some Instagram model. David wasn't real. But whoever he was, he wrecked me. Here's the kicker. He knew everything. My schedule, where I go, my mom's maiden name, all from our chats and my social media. He'd been digging into my life, and I didn't even see it. Now, I'm paranoid. Get these creepy texts sometimes, just random emojis, weird dots. Change my locks, got a camera, but I still jump when Milo knocks over a toy at night. Those floor creaks used to be funny, now they scare me. Milo, my once comforting companion, now seems to sense my anxiety, his playful antics only amplifying my unease. I quit dating apps. Can't trust anyone new. He didn't just take my cash, he took my peace. I've learned a harsh lesson about trust and the dangers of the digital world. It's a slow process, but I'm trying to rebuild my life, one cautious step at a time. I've become more vigilant, more aware of the information I share online. And while the scars remain, I'm determined to not let this experience define me. After all, there are still good people out there. I just need to be smarter about finding them. Guess that's what you get for trusting some stranger online. Never know who's really out there. I've always prided myself on being observant, but what happened at that rental house still makes me question everything I thought I knew about ordinary suburban life. After my divorce finalized last spring, I needed a fresh start somewhere affordable. The Craigslist ads seemed too good to be true. A 3-bedroom house in a decent neighborhood for $800 below market rate. When I called, the landlord was almost desperate to get someone moved in. He mentioned the previous tenant had left suddenly, but assured me everything was perfect. I should have asked more questions. The first month was exactly what I needed. Quiet streets, friendly neighbors, and enough space to rebuild my life. I worked from home, spent evenings unpacking boxes, and slowly began to feel like myself again. The house felt normal, lived in but not haunted by someone else's presence. Then the visitors started coming. The first knock came at 12:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. Through the peephole, I saw a man in his 40s wearing a wrinkled suit, shifting his weight impatiently. When I asked what he wanted through the door, his response chilled me. "I need to speak with Marcus Torres. We have unfinished business." I explained that Marcus no longer lived here. The man's laugh was dry, humorless. "Look, I know he's in there. Marcus owes my client $15,000, and we're not leaving until we get it." No amount of explaining convinced him. He circled the house twice, checking windows, before finally leaving. I called the landlord the next morning, but he just said some people take time to update their records. The second visit came 4 days later. 2 men this time, around 2 a.m., claiming Marcus had borrowed money for inventory. They knew details about the house that unnerved me. Which bedroom had the loose floorboard, that the basement door stuck, unless you lifted the handle. When I threatened to call police, one smiled and said, "Marcus probably told you we'd say that." I started researching Marcus Torres online. The trail was frustratingly thin. No social media profiles, no public records, beyond basic property searches. It was as if he'd existed just enough to sign a lease, then vanished. The most disturbing visit came on a Thursday night. I was working late when I heard keys jingling at the back door. My blood went cold. I'd had the locks changed when I moved in, or so I thought. The door opened, and a woman in her 50s walked into my kitchen like she owned the place. She seemed genuinely surprised to see me sitting at the table with my laptop. "Where's Marcus?" she asked, not threatened, just confused. "He doesn't live here anymore. Who are you? How did you get in?" She held up a set of keys. "Marcus was storing something for me in the basement. A blue plastic container. I need it back." I stood up, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. "I don't know anything about that. You need to leave." Her laugh was soft, almost pitying. "Honey, Marcus made promises that come with this property. The arrangements don't just disappear because he's not answering his phone." She walked to the basement door, testing the handle. "I'll be back Friday night. Find my container, or we'll find it together." Before leaving, she placed a business card on my counter. Just a phone number, no name. "You have 1 week." I spent the next day frantically searching the basement. Behind old paint cans, I found scratches on the concrete floor where something heavy had been dragged. There were also newer marks, as if items had been moved recently. I called Marcus's former workplace. His supervisor said he'd stopped showing up 3 months ago. No notice, no forwarding information. The utility companies had no record of service transfers. His mail was being forwarded to an address that, when I drove by, turned out to be an empty lot. Marcus Torres hadn't just left suddenly. He'd disappeared entirely. The visitors became more frequent. Different people, always after midnight, all claiming Marcus owed them something. Money, favors, items stored in my house. They spoke about him with familiarity and frustration that suggested long-standing relationships I didn't want to understand. Last night, someone tried to break into the basement through the exterior entrance. I heard scraping metal and footsteps on the concrete stairs. When I turned on the outdoor lights, I saw 3 figures moving away from the house with practiced stealth. I'm writing this from a hotel room. Whatever Marcus Torres was involved in, his creditors have decided I'm a reasonable substitute for settling his debts. The woman with the keys called yesterday, and her message was simple. "The week's up. We're coming tonight." I've left the forwarding address blank on my lease termination. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some debts aren't worth inheriting. But I still think about that blue container, and what could be valuable enough to make people this persistent. Part of me wonders if Marcus Torres ever really existed at all, or if he was just a name designed to draw people like me into arrangements we never understood we were making. Some warnings sound too crazy to believe until it's too late to matter. There's something profoundly unsettling about realizing that the person you trust most, yourself, has been systematically deceived. I used to sleep soundly, confident that my apartment was a sanctuary, that locked doors meant privacy, that my elderly neighbor across the hall was nothing more than a harmless, quiet man. But over the course of 3 terrifying months, those assumptions crumbled. What I thought was paranoia became undeniable. What I thought was overthinking became reality. The human mind is good at protecting itself. When something feels wrong, but doesn't make sense, we create innocent explanations. We blame ourselves. A moved object becomes forgetfulness. An unlocked door is just distraction. A strange sound? Just the building settling. But eventually, there's too much to excuse. When I first moved into Riverside Apartments, I was relieved. I'd just gone through a bad breakup and needed a fresh start. The unit was on the 2nd floor, had great natural light, and came partially furnished, which was perfect. It felt like a safe, quiet place where I could begin again. Mr. Chen lived directly across the hall. He was in his 70s, always. Neat and polite, wearing pressed slacks and button-up shirts. His door was painted the same beige color as mine, but somehow, it always felt like his presence made the hallway colder. At first, I thought I was imagining it, how he always appeared the exact moment I got home. I'd unlock my door, and there he was, stepping into the hallway. "Good evening, Sarah," he'd say in his careful voice. "Working late again?" It felt strange. No matter what time I came home, he'd appear, sometimes within seconds. I tried changing my schedule to throw him off, but it never mattered. He was always there, always watching. 3 weeks in, I noticed my laptop had been slightly rotated on my kitchen table, just a few degrees. But I'm very particular about how I leave things. I checked the spare key under the fake plant outside, untouched. There was no forced entry, nothing missing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. Then came the bedroom door. I always leave it shut when I leave, but twice in 1 week, I came home to find it slightly ajar. Same angle both times, like someone had opened it just enough to peek in. Little things kept happening. My toothbrush angled differently. My journal moved from the nightstand to the dresser. A coffee mug shifted a few inches. Prescription bottles rotated so their labels faced outward. The details were subtle, easy to dismiss, but they accumulated. My home no longer felt like mine. I started to lose sleep. The building made normal noises, sure, radiators, pipes, footsteps. But I began hearing something new. A soft, steady clicking sound inside the walls. Not pipes, not natural. Something deliberate, something mechanical. But the worst moment, the one that shattered everything, was the journal. Since the breakup, I'd been writing in it regularly. Raw thoughts, private fears, things I hadn't said out loud to anyone. One night I came home and found it in a different spot, slightly pulled from where I left it. My stomach dropped. I knew it had been touched. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers. I told Mr. Chen I had a double shift at the hospital and wouldn't be back until morning. I made sure he heard me leave. The door slammed. My footsteps echoed on the stairs. But I didn't leave. Instead, I parked around the block and snuck in through the back fire escape. I crept up the metal stairs and peeked through my own living room window. What I saw still haunts me. Mr. Chen was inside my apartment. He wore latex gloves. In one hand, he held a digital camera. In the other, my journal. He was photographing, each page carefully catching the light with the lamp. Not just the journal. He photographed everything. My bills, my pills, my fridge. And then, just as carefully, he placed each item exactly where it had been. He'd done this before, probably many times. The next morning, I knocked on his door, heart pounding. When he opened it, his expression was calm, like he'd expected me. "You were in my apartment," I said. He didn't flinch. "The landlord gave me access," he said evenly. "I check on things, for safety. Previous tenants appreciated it." His tone made it worse, calm, like this was routine. I ran to Mrs. Patterson, the landlord. She was horrified. "I never gave him a key," she said. "He's lived here forever, but he's not staff. He's not allowed inside any units." When I asked about past tenants, she hesitated. "3 women broke their leases in your unit the past 2 years. They never said why. They just left suddenly." Everything made sense now. I moved out within the week. I lost my deposit, but I didn't care. I filed a report, but there was nothing they could charge him with. Photographing someone's belongings isn't illegal if he claims permission. Now, sometimes I drive past that building. Sometimes I see a light on in my old apartment and wonder if the new tenant has noticed anything. If she hears the clicking, if her journal moves, if she still feels safe. I hope she trusts her instincts before it's too late. I'm a night shift nurse at Metropolitan General, and for 2 years, I've relied on rideshare apps to get home safely after 12-hour shifts. But 3 weeks ago, something started happening that's made those late-night rides terrifying. It began with Kevin. At first, I thought it was coincidence when he picked me up for the second time. Mid-40s, clean car, polite conversation. But by the third ride, I noticed he always knew it was me before I got in, never asking my name. "Hey there, heading home from another long shift?" he'd say with that same smile. The fourth time Kevin picked me up, he was driving a completely different car. Same license plate numbers, just rearranged. When I mentioned it, he laughed it off, saying he drove for multiple companies. But it felt rehearsed. Kevin started showing up every fourth ride, always in different cars with those same plate digits. He began asking personal questions. Which floor I worked on, what patients I dealt with, how long I'd lived in my building. Something about how he absorbed every detail made my skin crawl. Then he started taking longer routes. Not drastically, longer, but enough that I'd notice more direct streets. When I'd point this out, he'd blame traffic, though I never saw evidence. 15-minute rides stretched to 25. 2 weeks ago, I reported him to the rideshare company. The representative returned with an answer that made my blood run cold. "Ma'am, we don't have any driver named Kevin in our system." I gave them the license plate digits. No match. No driver by that name, no vehicle with those numbers in any configuration. But I wasn't mistaken. I'd heard him answer phone calls. "This is Kevin," every time. Last week, Kevin started demonstrating impossible knowledge. He knew I'd switched from pediatrics to ICU. He mentioned the coffee shop I'd started visiting, though I'd never taken rideshare there. He commented on my new haircut before I'd gotten in the car, though I'd had it done hours earlier. The breaking point came 3 nights ago. I'd requested a ride to my sister's house across town, somewhere I'd never been with any rideshare driver. When Kevin's face appeared in the driver's seat, my hands shook. "Different destination tonight," he said, not checking his phone. Realized Kevin was controlling which rides he received from me. I tried canceling whenever his name appeared, but the app would freeze. Last night was the worst. I requested a ride home at 2:45 a.m. Kevin's name appeared immediately. My phone glitched, GPS showing my location as a warehouse district I'd never seen. Kevin pulled up before I could figure out what was happening. As I got in, he turned with that smile, but something was different in his eyes. "You know," he said, "I've been thinking about your schedule, Tuesday through Thursday nights. You stop for coffee Wednesdays around 6 p.m., apartment 4B on Maple Street. Nice building, though that back entrance isn't as secure as you think. How do you know all that?" Kevin glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "I pay attention." He took a turn away from my apartment. "Your patient in room 314 asked about you specifically last Tuesday. Said you were the only nurse who really listened. I hadn't told anyone about that private conversation." "Let me out," I whispered. "We're almost there," Kevin replied, but we weren't headed anywhere I recognized. The door handle wouldn't budge. Child locks engaged. My phone showed no signal. Kevin hummed softly, drumming his fingers like this was perfectly normal. I don't remember how I got out. My next clear memory is standing in a diner, calling police. When they checked rideshare records, no ride had been requested that night. I'd never been in a vehicle at all. I haven't used rideshare since. I take the bus now, but sometimes I see cars slow down as they pass. Cars with familiar license plate numbers, just rearranged. The hospital installed new security cameras last week. They won't tell me why. I thought I was selecting a humble, unremarkable apartment for a short work trip when I booked a listing in Portland's Alberta Arts District. The description promised a quiet, cozy space with exposed brick, vintage fixtures, and a private feel. I needed a calm environment to prepare for important presentations, so I dismissed any niggling doubts about its anonymity. I arrived in the early afternoon and met the host, Derek Mullins. Mid-30s, clean-cut, friendly enough. He gave a thorough tour, pointing out the retro light fixtures, the small kitchenette, and suggesting local cafes. Everything seemed professional, timely, responses to messages reinforcing my confidence. Still, I noted how his gaze lingered as if memorizing details, but shrugged off my unease. The first night passed without incident. On the second, around midnight, I was jolted awake by deliberate footsteps directly beneath my bedroom. They weren't random creaks or distant neighbors. These were measured steps followed by a heavy scrape, as if furniture was being moved. My pulse quickened, and I pressed my ear to the floor, heart pounding in the silent apartment. I texted Derek immediately. Within minutes, he replied, "Old building, lots of settling noises. The basement is just storage." His quick, detailed answer felt rehearsed. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying every subtle noise until dawn. During the morning light, I obsessed over the apartment's layout, mentally tracing walls and floors. Over the next day, small inconsistencies surfaced. The pantry seemed oddly deep. Rearranging cans and boxes, I felt the back wall shift beneath my fingertips. The plaster felt hollow. My curiosity and dread grew. That night, when the footsteps resumed in the familiar pattern, Footsteps, dragging sound, then abrupt silence. I knew I had to investigate. Creeping into the kitchen, I moved aside pantry items and found a hairline crack outlining a concealed door. Pushing it, a rush of cool, damp air hit me. A narrow staircase descended into darkness, lit only by the faint glow from above. Fear warred with an irresistible compulsion to see what lay below. Step by step, I descended on a wobbly wooden stair. At the bottom, the space was surprisingly inhabited. A worn mattress on the concrete floor, a folding chair, a small folding table scattered with handwritten journals, and rows of prescription bottles labeled to Derek Mullins. It was someone's secret quarters, hidden directly beneath where I slept. My stomach churned as I rifled through journals. Pages documented observations of guests, arrival dates, routines, sleep habits. New guest checked in today. Sarah M. from Seattle, works in marketing. Names and details recorded with clinical precision. The entries shifted from detached notes to obsessive scrutiny, especially about a guest named Jessica Chen, who stayed 3 months earlier. The final entry froze my blood. Jay figured it out. Had to make the tenant disappear. Buried her with the others behind the shed. I found Jessica's driver's license in a drawer. A kind-eyed woman, aged 26, gone without public trace. Realizing I might be next, adrenaline surged. I pushed the journals aside and began to close the hidden door, heart hammering. Then I heard Derek's voice upstairs. "Everything okay?" I saw the light. Calm, concerned tone that felt predatory now. I paused, caught between flight and confrontation. Climbing back, I emerged into the kitchen as he entered, carrying a six-pack as a welcome gift. His eyes pinned me in place, studying my face. I forced a tired smile and said I was fine. He pressed politely, unnervingly insistent. "You look pale. Long day?" I nodded, voice shaky, and he left, closing the door behind him. His casual departure sealed my resolve. I grabbed my suitcase and fled to a nearby hotel, dialing 911 as soon as I reached safety. The police arrived at the apartment and descended into the hidden space. They found Derek attempting to destroy journals. Behind the garden shed, they uncovered Jessica's remains and evidence of other victims. Investigators concluded Derek had used Airbnb to target isolated guests, surveilling them before bookings. He'd planned my stay long in advance. At trial, details emerged of his meticulous methods, studying guest profiles, listening for clues, constructing a hidden basement lair beneath unsuspecting visitors. He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. I remain haunted by the hidden basement's silence. Even now, I replay every subtle detail. His lingering gaze, the odd pantry depth, the midnight footsteps. Small instincts saved me. I learned that trusting gut feelings and noticing inconsistencies can mean the difference between life and death. I still check locks, scan rooms for hidden spaces, and rise at the slightest creak. The memory of that concealed door and the journals, documenting my life before I knew them, haunts me. Sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones who hand you the keys. I'm Rebecca, and what happened in that Miami Beach penthouse still haunts me. What seemed like a dream rental became my worst nightmare, revealing a shocking truth behind luxury glass and marble. Last October, I needed an extended stay for a full work project in Miami Beach. I found a luxury penthouse at an unbelievably low rate. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed Biscayne Bay, marble countertops gleamed in photos, and stylish furnishings promised comfort. The host, Carlos Mendez, described himself as a globe-trotting businessman sharing his lavish space. I should have questioned the bargain. On arrival, the lobby's glossy marble masked emptiness. The elevator carried me to the 15th floor, where I stepped into the penthouse. The view was breathtaking. Carlos greeted me with polished charm, wearing a tailored shirt and watch. He led me on a tour. Automated blinds, high-end kitchen appliances, elegant living area, emphasizing privacy. His eyes held an intensity that made me uneasy, even as I admired the space. The first week passed with surreal calm. The silence felt unnatural. I never heard neighbors, footsteps, or distant traffic. Corridors remained deserted whenever I checked. One evening, I pressed my ear to the door and heard only my breath. Insomnia crept in as I lay awake, unsettled by perfect quiet. By the second week, unease deepened. The elevator paused on empty floors with lights flickering. Through the peephole, shadows moved, but no one appeared when I opened the door. Utility trucks arrived at odd hours via a service entrance. I noted each detail, feeling dread tighten in my chest. I began waking at odd hours, scanning the hallway, imagining sinister possibilities hidden out of sight. Drawing on my consulting experience, I checked public utility data. Electricity usage suggested constant occupancy across units, yet water consumption was minimal. It defied logic. I realized something was wrong, anxiety surging as I questioned every detail of the penthouse. Late one evening, I heard whispers through vents. I followed the sound to a service corridor behind the elevator. Peering through a panel, I saw Carlos and two men pushing covered carts. The forms beneath looked human. I stumbled back, adrenaline spiking as fear and resolve collided. Determined to uncover the truth, I set up recording devices. Laptop webcam toward the entrance, phone camera hidden on a shelf, a small camera tucked behind a plant. I encrypted backups and emailed copies to secure accounts, aware digital traces might betray me. Carlos had security cameras, but he did not know I was watching. Each recording felt like a gamble with my life. Over the next 2 days, I captured footage of unconscious people move through service areas at night, faces blank and lifeless. They were carried silently between floors, as if processed through an assembly line. My stomach churned. This was human trafficking. Fear warred with determination as I gathered evidence, aware I might be discovered. Nightmares replayed the images, but I forced myself to continue. One night, Carlos knocked unexpectedly, carrying wine as a gesture. His casual manner contrasted sharply with my terror. He commented on my pale appearance, asking if I needed anything. I forced a calm reply, hiding panic. When he left, I packed recordings to remote storage and planned my exit. My hands trembled as I powered off devices and slipped them into my bag. Before dawn, I sent an anonymous tip to federal authorities, attaching clips and observations. I left quietly, heart pounding as I locked the door. I feared any delay could cost lives, so I avoided attention as I departed. 2 days later, news broke of an FBI raid. 37 victims were rescued. Missing persons cases linked to that building came into focus. Investigation revealed Carlos's scheme, using shell companies to acquire multiple units, soundproofing them, and exploiting silence to traffic people. Previous guests had vanished without explanation. He targeted travelers unlikely to be missed quickly. I still receive updates from agents confirming my evidence was pivotal. Carlos and accomplices received severe sentences. Relief mingles. With lasting dread, I replay every detail. Silent corridors, odd elevator stops, the too good to be true price. I survived by trusting instincts and noticing inconsistencies I might once have ignored. Now, whenever I see an unusually cheap rental, I pause and recall that penthouse. I think of hidden horrors behind fine decor. The most terrifying truths hide behind ordinary doors masked by opportunity. I remain vigilant, scanning rooms for surveillance, checking floors beneath my feet, listening for sounds that do not belong. The memory keeps me awake, reminding me that awareness and courage can turn a lucky break into a life-saving revelation. Afterward, I sought therapy to cope with nightmares. I volunteer with anti-trafficking organizations and share my experience to raise awareness. Each time I speak or warn friends about too good to be true deals, I recall the penthouse. I hope my story helps others trust instincts daily. When the listing mentioned a transformative communal retreat in the Colorado mountains, I felt both intrigued and skeptical. As a writer craving solitude, I rarely sought community, yet something about its description drew me in during a period of creative block last fall. I had negotiated deadlines and saved expenses to justify an escape from city distractions. Discovering a remote cabin 3 hours from Denver at a modest price felt unexpected. Reviews praised an incredible community atmosphere and life-changing experience. I imagined writing by the fireplace and perhaps meeting kindred spirits. I packed notebooks, snacks, and a small camera, unaware how deceptive first impressions could be. The drive was breathtaking. Winding roads through aspens turning gold, crisp air filling my lungs. When I arrived, the cabin appeared perfect. Rustic wood and stone construction, large windows revealing a sweeping valley, and a warm interior, with a stone fireplace. Yet I noticed odd details. 6 used toothbrushes in the holder, clothes in the closet not mine, flannel shirts, hiking boots of various sizes, and children's jackets. On the mantel were family photographs of strangers smiling in group photos. Later that afternoon, James, the host, arrived with a warm smile. He explained their philosophy of overlapping stays to foster connection. "We welcome guests into a shared family atmosphere," he said, eyes too bright. He pointed to empty chairs around a fire pit and suggested evening conversations with neighbors. Unsettled, I recalled reviews praising bonding but wondered why none of those guests were present, yet their belongings remained. I decided to observe silently and remain polite. That first night, silence enveloped the cabin. No wind rustling leaves, no distant wildlife, only the hum of my own thoughts. Sleep was difficult. I woke repeatedly to check the locks. At dawn, I found fresh coffee and muffins waiting in the kitchen with a handwritten note. "Welcome to our family." I had heard no footsteps. A chill ran through me as I scanned empty rooms, imagining hidden presences. Over the next days, subtle disturbances deepened my unease. Personal items shifted. My notebook moved, my laptop closed when I had left it open. Photographs multiplied. New smiling faces appeared on shelves and tables. On solitary hikes along ridges, I glimpsed figures standing motionless among trees, watching from a distance before disappearing. Attempts to research James online revealed mentions of shell companies and multiple property records, but no verifiable background. Isolation felt dangerous, yet I stayed vigilant. On the 5th morning, seeking extra blankets, I discovered a concealed door behind a bookshelf in the study. It swung open to a windowless chamber. Inside lay suitcases, purses, cell phones, and driver's licenses in disarray. Walls were plastered with photographs and notes. Entries like "Lisa, day 10, adapting well," or "Mark, resisted integration, relocated 10/15, alongside red stamps reading "failed conversion." Beside dates, my hands shook as I photographed every detail, though no signal reached my phone. Fear surged. This was no ordinary retreat, but a trap. Footsteps sounded on the porch shortly after. James called. "Time for our evening gathering." Panic gripped me. I closed the hidden door and returned to the main room, forcing calm. He appeared with 6 others. Men, women, even a teenager. Each wearing a calm, practiced expression. They spoke softly about a coming crisis, about preserving worthy participants through integration. Their words felt rehearsed. A woman offered herbal tea that smelled unfamiliar. I sipped slowly while planning escape, heart pounding. After they left late that night, I tested my car and discovered tampering under the hood. They had disabled it. Darkness offered cover. I packed essentials and slipped out toward a faint trail I had scouted earlier. Branches scratched my skin. Rough terrain tested my resolve, but fear propelled me forward. Guided by my phone's flashlight, I hiked through the woods until I reached a dirt road at dawn. A passing driver gave me a ride to town, where I reported everything to the police. Authorities raided the cabin 3 days later. 17 arrests followed. Investigators uncovered remains of 12 victims buried around the property. Former guests missing across multiple states. Evidence showed James had lured travelers with promises of community, imprisoning them for forced integration. Those who resisted were killed. Relief washed over me, yet dread remained. In the aftermath, I replay every detail. James's unnerving smile, empty chairs waiting, toothbrushes lined up, and that hidden room. I survived by trusting instincts and noticing inconsistencies I might have dismissed. Now, booking lodging fills me with caution. I scrutinize photos for anomalies, read reviews with skepticism, and share warnings with friends. I volunteer with local safety groups, hoping others avoid similar peril. Sometimes I still wake at night, heart racing as memories resurface. But I also remember that vigilance and courage turned a deceptive refuge into my escape. I remained cautious every single day. I'm not really good at telling stories or anything, but what happened to me 6 months ago, I still think about it every single day. I was doing DoorDash back then, you know? Just trying to make some extra money. My car was making this weird noise whenever I turned left, but I couldn't afford to fix it yet. I had been delivering for about 6 months when I got this order. Chinese food from that place on 5th Street. The one with the faded sign that's been there forever. Nothing special about the order itself. Just some lo mein and egg rolls, but the address, man, the address led me to this apartment complex I'd never seen before. It was on the outskirts of town, past the old gas station that's been closed for years. You know the one. Still has those ancient pumps out front. The complex looked like it hadn't been maintained in decades. Half the unit numbers had fallen off, and the parking lot was covered in broken glass. I remember stepping over a rusted shopping cart someone had just left there. The customer left specific instructions in the app. Don't knock, leave food by door marked with red X. I thought it was weird, but people leave strange instructions all the time. Sometimes they're sleeping, or they have a baby, or whatever. I found the door easily enough. Someone had spray painted this crude red X right across the peeling paint. The paint was still kind of wet looking, like it had been done recently. As I bent down to set the bag of takeout by the door, I noticed this smell. Sweet and rotten. Like meat that's been left in the sun too long. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but the smell was so strong it made my eyes water. That's when I heard it through the thin walls. What sounded like muffled sobbing. Quiet, but definitely there. My first thought was maybe someone was watching a sad movie or something. But then I remembered my neighbor, Mrs. Chen. She always cries when she watches those soap operas. This didn't sound like that. This sounded different. More desperate, I guess. I know the instructions said not to knock, but I was worried. What if someone was hurt? I knocked anyway, just a gentle tap. The crying stopped immediately. Like, completely. Dead silence. Then I heard footsteps approaching the door. Slow, deliberate steps. But the door never opened. Instead, this voice whispered, through the wood, "Thank you for feeding us." The way they said "us" made my skin crawl. It was drawn out like they were savoring the word. And the voice, it didn't sound right. Too deep, too gravelly. Like someone who'd been screaming for hours. I got out of there fast. Forgot about the delivery photo. Forgot about everything. Just ran back to my car with that weird left turn noise and drove home. I remember I had to stop at a red light, and my hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the steering wheel. The next morning, I was eating cereal, that generic brand stuff because I was broke, when I saw it on the news. Police had discovered 3 missing persons in an apartment complex on the outskirts of town. The reporter said they were all malnourished and showing signs of prolonged captivity. The apartment had been vacant for 2 years, according to the landlord. I recognized the building immediately. Same broken glass in the parking lot. Same rusty shopping cart. I never found out who placed that order. The account was deleted from the app by the time I checked. Customer service said they had no record of it, like it never happened. But I know it did. I can still smell that sweet, rotten smell sometimes. Usually when I'm trying to fall asleep, and I never took another delivery order after dark. The strange part is what happened afterward. Little things started bothering me in ways they never had before. A shadow moving wrong across my bedroom wall. The sound of my refrigerator humming in a rhythm that seemed almost like whispered words. My neighbor's dog barking at exactly 3:17 a.m. every night for 2 weeks straight, then stopping completely. I began noticing delivery drivers differently, too. The way they'd linger at doorsteps just a second too long. How some would glance over their shoulders before walking away. Once, I saw a Pizza Hut driver standing motionless beside his car for nearly 5 minutes, just staring at an apartment door. When I blinked, he was gone. I quit DoorDash 2 weeks later. Got a job at the hardware store downtown instead. Pays worse, But at least I know everyone who walks through that door. At least I hope I do. Sometimes I wonder if those people are grateful I brought them that food. If somehow, in that moment of horror, I accidentally did something right. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. Because when I do, I remember that voice saying us, and I realize I never counted how many footsteps I heard approaching that door. This happened about 6 months ago. I still think about it sometimes when I'm driving late at night. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that delivery, but you know how it is when you need the money. I'd been doing food delivery for about 2 years. At that point, nothing too crazy, just trying to pay off some student loans. The job was pretty boring most of the time, until that Tuesday night in March. The order came in around 9:30 p.m. Family meal from Romano's, you know, that Italian place near the mall. 3 large pizzas, some breadsticks, sodas. Pretty normal stuff. The address was on Maple Street, which I knew pretty well. Nice neighborhood, big houses with those perfect lawns. I delivered to the Hendersons before, maybe 3 or 4 times, over the past year. But when I pulled up to their house, something felt different. The lawn was all overgrown, which was weird because Mrs. Henderson was always out there gardening. There were newspapers scattered on the driveway, some still in plastic bags, and all the windows were dark. Not just dark like everyone's asleep, but empty dark. You know what I mean? I sat in my car for a minute, engine running. Part of me wanted to just call the customer and tell them I couldn't find the house. But the porch light was on, so maybe they were just, I don't know, having a quiet night or something. I grabbed the food and walked up to the front door. The doorbell didn't work. I could hear it was broken when I pressed it, so I knocked instead. The door opened immediately, like before I even finished knocking. This woman stood there, and I'd never seen her before. She was maybe 40, but looked older. Her hair was all messy, like she'd been running her hands through it. She was wearing this old bathrobe, and her eyes, they kept darting around, never really looking at me. "Food delivery," I said, holding up the bags. She grabbed them from me without saying anything. Then she shoved this wad of cash into my hand. I looked down and it was way too much. Like $60 for a $30 order. This is too much," I started to say, but she was already closing the door. That's when I heard it. Kids crying. Not like normal crying when you're upset about something. This was desperate. Scared crying. Coming from somewhere inside the house. The woman must have seen my face change because she stopped closing the door. "They're just upset about dinner being late," she said quickly, but her voice was shaky. I stood there for a second, listening. The crying continued, and it sounded like more than one kid. Maybe 2 or 3. And they sounded, I can't explain it right. Like they were trying to cry quietly but couldn't help it. "Is everything okay? In there?" I asked. She snapped at me then. "Mind your own business and leave." And she slammed the door. I walked back to my car, but I couldn't shake this feeling. My mom always told me to trust my gut, and my gut was telling me something was really wrong. The crying, the woman I'd never seen before, the condition of the house, none of it made sense. I called the restaurant when I got back to my car, asked them about the Henderson family if they'd been ordering from us lately. The manager told me something that made my hands go cold. "Oh, the Hendersons? Their workplace called us 3 days ago, asking if we'd heard from them. They never showed up for work, and no one's seen them since." I hung up and called 911 immediately. Told them everything. The strange woman, the crying kids, the missing family. The dispatcher said they'd send someone right away. I waited in my car until the police arrived. 2 officers went up to the house and knocked. No answer. They knocked again, louder. Still nothing. One of them walked around to the back while the other tried the front door. It was unlocked. They went inside and came out about 10 minutes later. The house was empty. No sign of the woman I'd talked to. No sign of any kids. Just empty. But here's the part that still keeps me up at night. 2 days later, I saw it on the news. The Henderson family had been found dead in their basement. All 4 of them. The parents and their 2 young kids. The coroner said they'd been dead for over a week. Over a week. I delivered food to that house. I talked to someone. I heard children crying. The police never figured out who ordered the food that night. The phone number was disconnected. The credit card was reported stolen weeks earlier. I quit delivering food the next day. Got a job at a warehouse instead. Better hours, better pay. But sometimes when I'm driving past that neighborhood, I still slow down when I get to Maple Street. The house is empty now. Has been for months. There's a for sale sign in the yard, but it never seems to sell. I've never told anyone this story except my girlfriend, and she thinks I was just stressed out or something. Maybe she's right. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. But I still have that $60. I never spent it. And sometimes, late at night, I can still hear those kids crying. My name is Ronan Miller. I lived in Cedar Falls. I used to deliver food for a living, pizza, Chinese, whatever, for about 2 years before I had to stop. And I mean had to stop. Look, I'm not the smartest guy. I barely finished high school, and my girlfriend always said I don't notice things. But even I picked up on stuff that didn't feel right. It started with one house on Maple Street. Nice place, nothing fancy. I'd bring Thai food every Tuesday and Friday like clockwork. Pad, Thai and spring rolls. I never saw the customer. Never. They'd leave an envelope taped to the door with exact change and a note saying, "Leave food on mat, thanks." I thought it was weird, but whatever. Then I noticed a tiny camera tucked inside their porch light. Not a doorbell camera everyone has now. This was smaller, hidden, pointed right where I'd stand. I began looking around on deliveries and found more cameras. Way more. The house on Oak Street with the broken mailbox had one hidden in a fake owl on the fence. The apartment complex on 3rd Avenue concealed one behind the no soliciting sign. The blue house where an old lady supposedly lived but I never saw had a camera disguised as a sprinkler head. I counted 15 houses total across different neighborhoods, and I never met the customers face to face. The instructions grew weirder. Knock 3 times and wait 30 seconds before leaving food. Stand on the X marked on the porch. Call if you don't see it. They made me stay in place longer. My hands shook when making these deliveries. I felt watched from windows, probably was. Nights I lay awake, replaying every knock, every odd instruction, wondering who watched and why. I told my manager, he laughed. Security cameras are normal. Hidden ones? Paranoid, he said. If I didn't like it, quit. But I needed money, car payment, rent behind. My anxiety worsened, but I forced myself to work, convincing myself it was nothing. Serious and stress kept me up at night. The breaking point came one rainy Thursday night. I was at the Thai food house on Maple Street when I slipped on their wet porch. As I got up, I saw something small and black. A memory card, likely fallen from their camera. I should have left it, but curiosity won. At home, I plugged it into my laptop. The folder held hundreds of video files of delivery drivers, pizza, Chinese food, grocery, all of us. But worse were other videos mixed in. Footage of drivers at their homes, getting into cars and driveways I recognized, walking up to doors not in orders. One showed a driver I knew, Tommy, sitting in his living room watching TV. Someone had followed us, learned where we lived, recorded our personal lives. Panic surged. I felt violated, terrified of what they might do with that footage. I unplugged the laptop so fast I almost broke the USB port. I grabbed clothes and drove to my sister's, place 3 towns over. I didn't pack properly, forgot my phone charger and wore the same shirt for days. I barely spoke, haunted by images of cameras hidden everywhere. I never went back for my last paycheck. Changed my number and moved in with my sister permanently. I got a warehouse job where I don't go to random houses. Sometimes I think about how those hidden lenses might still be active, catching new drivers unaware. I imagine strangers watching, studying every move, planning something beyond my dread. I consider reporting it, but without evidence or the memory card, it feels impossible. I just hope whoever collected those videos never found what they were really looking for. My name is Claire. I worked overnight shifts at Target for about 3 months last year. It was just restocking shelves and moving boxes from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The pay was low, but the quiet hours appealed to me. I often noticed small details others missed, so it was surprising when I saw something odd. Every morning after my shift, I saw certain aisles looking more than just neat. The electronics aisle, home goods near the back, and a random kitchen aisle looked perfectly arranged, down to the last item. No one had been assigned to those sections. I asked my supervisor, but he just said the night crew was improving. I knew there was no crew there. Then I noticed the cameras. The ones monitoring those aisles went dark every night at exactly 2:17 a.m. and came back online at 3:04 a.m., always for 47 minutes. At first I thought it was a glitch, but it repeated night after night. Curiosity grew faster than caution. One Tuesday, when my sister texted me about her work drama, I decided to investigate. At 2:17 a.m., I grabbed a flashlight and headed toward the back of the store. The dark aisles felt larger, shadows stretched across empty shelves, and every echo of my steps made my heart pound. I reached the perfect aisles. Everything looked normal, clean and organized, but normal felt strange in that silence. I noticed patterns in the dust on the floor. Footprints led toward a fold-down maintenance ladder I had never seen lowered before. The rungs had fresh marks, as if someone climbed often. I paused, considering retreat. Fear urged me away, but I pressed on. I climbed into the storage area above the main floor. It was cramped and shadowy, filled with old boxes, unused decorations, and forgotten equipment. Deeper inside, I found a sleeping bag neatly set up. A small stash of food like granola bars, crackers, and water bottles. Someone lived here. Someone took from the store to survive, it seemed. Nearby was a notebook open to a page covered in handwriting I recognized from our break room suggestion box. It listed details about employees, schedules, cars, family troubles, even things I had only shared with my sister. Some details about Mike's divorce, Jenny's classes, and other private matters. The pages sent a chill through me. Even worse were photographs taken through skylights, images of us working, parking lots, and staff leaving after shifts. Dates on the backs went back months. I felt exposed, like someone had been watching me constantly. A soft sound broke my focus. Footsteps on the ladder below. I switched off my flashlight and hid behind boxes. My breath felt loud. Through a gap, I saw a coworker moving among boxes in the living space, organizing more supplies. They used a small flashlight too, careful not to shine it in my direction. Seeing their clothing confirmed it was someone I knew from work. I stayed hidden until they left. When the lights returned at 3:04 a.m., I waited another hour before climbing down. I walked back through the dark store with my mind racing. I quit the next day, telling Mike I found a better job. I could not keep working there knowing someone watched us like subjects in an experiment. Driving past that Target now gives me chills. I wonder if they still live above the aisles, watching new night crew. I hope whoever works there after me stays unaware. The cameras probably still blink off at 2:17 a.m. and back on at 3:04 a.m. Maybe someone else will notice. Maybe they will act faster than I did. Working overnight meant long hours alone in dim aisles. The store felt vast and empty except for distant hums and occasional intercom whispers. I learned every corner. How the exit sign flickered at 4:22 a.m. How the air was colder near the back door. How faint noises echoed oddly at night. I had noticed dust patterns near the perfect aisles before. Footprints too careful to be random, but I did not know their meaning until later. These details made me vigilant. I often crept on breaks with my flashlight, checking shelves carefully to stay alert. After discovering the hidden living space, every flicker seemed ominous and every creak made me jump. Sleep left me. I replayed each shift, wondering if I had unknowingly crossed paths with the coworker living above. Guilt mixed with fear when I recalled sharing casual jokes or greetings. The notebook showed months of surveillance. I thought about calling police, but feared retaliation without a name. Confrontation felt impossible. Quitting seemed safest, yet the memory still haunts me. Driving past the store at night gives me chills. I hope I never learn who watched us all those nights. I worked at Target for about 2 years. Night shifts mostly. I'm not gonna lie, I needed the money and they paid decent for closing. But man, I wish I never took that job. The fitting rooms were always weird during closing. Like, you know how some places just feel off? That's how those rooms felt, empty but not really empty, if that makes sense. I always rushed through checking them. My co-worker Jessica used to joke that the mirrors looked like they were watching us back, but I never thought it was funny. One night in October, I think it was a Tuesday, I was doing my usual sweep before we locked up. All the fitting rooms were supposed to be empty and unlocked. Store policy, you know? But room number 4 was locked from the inside. I knocked. No answer. Knocked again. Nothing. The silence felt thick, heavy. You know that feeling when you're calling someone's name in an empty house? That's what it was like. I could hear the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and for some reason that made it worse. I used my master key and pushed the door open. The room was completely empty. No clothes, no person, nothing. But there was this hole in the back wall. Perfect circle, about the size of a quarter. Fresh wood shavings were still on the floor, and I could smell sawdust. I bent down and looked through it. I could see straight into our employee break room. The table where we ate lunch, the coffee machine, everything. I remember thinking about how many times I'd sat at that table, eating my sandwich, having no idea someone could be watching. My manager Dave was still there, so I told him right away. He got this weird look on his face. Not surprised, more like annoyed. He said he'd handle it and told me to finish closing. But he kept glancing toward the fitting rooms while I was talking to him. Next morning, the hole was patched. Perfect paint job, like nothing happened. Dave pulled me aside and made me sign some paper about routine maintenance issues and keeping quiet about it. Said it was just old building stuff. The paper had big, fancy letterhead, like from a law office or something. But I started noticing things after that. There were these customers who came in regularly. Same faces, week after week. They'd grab random clothes and head straight to the fitting rooms. Always the ones near employee areas. They'd stay in there for like 30, 40 minutes. Way too long, you know? The tall guy with the gray beard always picked up the same size. Shirt, extra large, even though he looked more like a medium. The woman with short red hair would take kids' clothes into the fitting room. Made no sense. I started writing down their descriptions in my phone. Times they came in, which rooms they used, how long they stayed. I even took a few pictures when they weren't looking. Probably not legal, but I was getting paranoid. When I tried to tell Dave about the pattern, he moved me to electronics. Said I was overthinking customer behavior, and it wasn't my job to worry about it. But electronics was on the other side of the store. Far from the fitting rooms, far from the break room. The electronics department was boring, mostly just standing around helping people find phone chargers. But it gave me time to think and watch. I started noticing how Dave would walk by the fitting rooms more often than normal. How he'd nod at certain customers. 2 weeks later, I was cleaning the employee bathroom and found a tiny camera behind the paper towel dispenser. Not one of our security cameras. This was different, smaller, hidden. Had a little red light that blinked every few seconds. I quit the next day. Dave tried to convince me to stay. Offered me a raise, better hours, whatever I wanted. But the way he looked at me when I mentioned the camera, like he already knew about it. Like he was calculating something in his head. I never reported it to corporate or the police. I probably should have. But I was scared. What if they were watching me too? What if there were more cameras I didn't know about? What if Dave had connections with corporate? Sometimes I drive past that Target. The fitting rooms are still there. People still use them. I wonder if they know. I wonder if the holes are still there, just better hidden. I wonder if Dave still works there. I work at a grocery store now. Day shifts only. No fitting rooms. No cameras in weird places as far as I know. But I still check bathroom stalls for cameras. Old habits, I guess. My girlfriend thinks I'm paranoid, but she doesn't know the whole story. Some things are better left unsaid. I've worked retail for like 6 years now. Different stores, different managers, same drama. But what happened to my coworker Sarah at Target still haunts me. Sarah worked the customer service desk. Sweet girl. maybe 22. Always wore bright, pink scrunchies. She clicked her pen when nervous, and that week she clicked it more than usual. I had handled odd customers before, weird returns and rude shoppers. I thought I knew how to stay calm. I noticed shifts in energy at the store, small changes in coworkers' behavior after Sarah's deliveries began. It started with a return on Tuesday afternoon. A man came with a KitchenAid mixer costing around $300. He seemed off, looking over his shoulder and tapping fingers. Sarah processed it because policy said to. Receipt matched, and serial numbers looked right. Later, she said the numbers felt too clean, almost fake. 3 days later, Sarah called me, frantic. The same mixer sat on her apartment doorstep with a note. Thanks for your help. Now we're even. No delivery truck, no knock, just the box left. Outside. She brought it back to work. We checked our system. Nothing. No record of the transaction. No receipt in the database. It was like it never happened, but we both remembered. Then deliveries began. Expensive items appeared at her place. Bluetooth speakers, a tablet, designer handbags. Each time with the same note and handwriting. She never ordered anything. She brought the items to work, showed us the notes, asked what to do. The police would not help, saying free gifts are not theft. She explained the erased record, but they dismissed her. I started staying late with Sarah. She was afraid to walk to her car alone. She checked the parking lot multiple times before leaving, always looking over her shoulder. She stopped going out for lunch and ate at her desk. She said she felt watched. One evening after closing, we noticed a small card taped to the service desk window. It read, "Nice work today. We see you too." No signature. Sarah's hands shook, reading it. We never saw anyone tape it. The security cameras did not record anything unusual at closing. The final delivery was the worst. A professional-grade security camera system arrived at her door. A note said, "So you can see us coming next time." That felt like a threat. Someone wanted her to know they watched. She quit the next morning without notice. She packed fast and left town. I heard she moved to Arizona to feel safer. I still hear from Sarah sometimes. She texts photos of her doorstep. They are always empty. But she says she hears packages at night, footsteps on stairs, then silence. She is too frightened to call the police again. After she left, I transferred departments. Customer service felt cursed. Now every return makes me tense, especially expensive ones. I check serial numbers twice and study faces too long. Every odd customer makes me uneasy. I imagine someone watching my reactions. My co-workers whispered about Sarah. Some thought she overreacted, others seemed uneasy. I listened for rumors but found none that made sense. The silence around her story made it worse. I felt isolated, fearing I might be next, yet unsure how to share my worry. I replay events in my mind, wondering who that man was and what he wanted. Was he testing Sarah or sending a message? Did he choose her by chance or plan? I think about the cameras. What if someone manipulated the system? Maybe evidence was erased. At night when I close up, I feel eyes on me. Empty aisles feel full of shadows. I check corners before leaving. I walk quickly to my car and lock doors before sitting. My phone is in hand in case I need help. Sometimes I dream of packages on my doorstep. I wake sweating, relieved it was a dream, but fear stays. I imagine notes left with my name, reminders. Someone watched me. I avoid sharing schedule or plans. I feel exposed. My anxiety followed me home. I double-checked locks and windows each night. The fear crept into everyday life. I wonder how long this horror will last. I still wonder if that man is out there choosing a new employee to terrorize. I fear the pattern is not over. Maybe someone at work is involved, manipulating records and cameras, watching for months for a twisted purpose. But maybe it was one deranged person targeting Sarah. Maybe she was unlucky. Maybe I will never know the truth. Maybe the serial numbers were fine and this was random. Maybe I should move on. Maybe forever. This happened when I was a junior in high school, and I keep thinking about it now that I'm older. Maybe someone can tell me if it was as messed up as I think it was. Our history teacher, Mrs. Rodriguez, got really sick. Hospitalized sick. The principal told us she'd be out for a few weeks. No big deal. Substitutes come and go all the time. Then Mr. Henderson showed up. He seemed normal at first. Quiet guy, maybe in his 40s. Same brown jacket every day. Old leather briefcase that looked like it belonged in the 80s. But he had this way of watching us. Not like a teacher. Like he was studying us. The weird stuff started in the second week. He stopped following Mrs. Rodriguez's lesson plan and gave us strange assignments instead. Photocopied sheets with crooked text, like from an old machine. Character development research, he called it. The first one was simple. Describe your daily routine. Wake up. Time. How you got to school. After-class habits. It felt like a lazy assignment, but easy enough. Then the questions got specific. Where do you live? What does your house look like? Do you have siblings? When do your parents get home? Do you walk home alone? What route do you take? One day, I raised my hand and asked, "Why do we need to write about my little sister's schedule?" He looked up, and I swear his eyes lit up. Then he smiled. Not a teacher smile. Something else. Character development research, he repeated. Understanding. Family dynamics helps us analyze historical figures better. It didn't make sense, but I was 16. What did I know? The assignments kept coming. He wanted floor plans of our homes. To understand historical living spaces. Then, descriptions of our bedrooms. Include photos, if possible. Personal. Space psychology project. My friend Jake leaned over one day and whispered, "Dude, this is getting weird." I agreed. It was weird. But here's what really got to me. Mr. Henderson started staying after school. Not grading or helping students. Just sitting in his car, watching. My mom was usually late picking me up, so I saw him a lot. Same spot. Every day. Silver Honda Civic near the back of the lot, jotting things in a notebook as kids walked by. Once, I saw him following the Patterson twins' bus, driving slowly, keeping his distance. I wanted to say something, but say what? That our sub was creepy? Adults don't listen to that kind of thing. By the third week, the questions got even worse. What were our parents' work schedules? Exact times? Did we have alarms at home? Were our neighbors gone during the day? Were we ever home alone? Every time I walked into class, my stomach twisted. But I kept doing the assignments. We all did. He was still our teacher, right? Then something happened I'll never forget. One night, I stayed late for drama club rehearsal. It ended around 5:30. The parking lot was almost empty, but Mr. Henderson's car was still there. I ducked behind a bus and watched. He was on the phone, papers spread on his dashboard. Our papers. Our assignments. I could hear a bit of what he was saying. Stuff like schedules, opportunities, and the girl with the sick grandmother. That was me. I'd written about my grandmother in one of those assignments. I felt sick. My hands shook as I ran to the other side of the school and called my mom from there. The next Monday, Mrs. Rodriguez was back. No warning, no explanation, no goodbye from Mr. Henderson. He was just gone. I went up to Mrs. Rodriguez after class and asked, "What happened to the substitute?" She blinked. "Substitute? Honey, we never had a substitute. I was only out for a week with food poisoning." My blood ran cold. "But we had assignments. Photocopied sheets. Can you show me?" I pulled out my folder from my locker. She flipped through the pages, and her face went pale. "Take these to the principal, now." The principal asked questions and made copies. A police officer visited school the next week and interviewed some of us. But here's what haunts me. When I talked to kids from other classes, they didn't remember Mr. Henderson. "We never had a sub," they said. "Mrs. Rodriguez was only out a few days." But my whole class remembered him. I still have those assignments in a box in my parents' attic. Sometimes I think about digging them up, looking at them again. It's something I struggle to shake. I catch myself glancing over my shoulder whenever I see an older man in a brown jacket. The fact that adults dismissed it still chills me. I never felt safe on that campus again. I never found out what he was planning to do with all that information about us. And honestly, I don't think I want to know. My name is Alex Rivera and I lived in Cedar Valley. I'm not trying to sound crazy here, but I need to tell someone about what happened in my senior year chemistry class. Maybe you'll think I'm making this up, but I swear everything I'm about to tell you really happened. I was enrolled in advanced chemistry with Mr. Torres, a veteran teacher of over 20 years. Students said his class was an easy A if you followed the rules and didn't ask too many questions. It was perfect for me, since I needed the credit to graduate. My lab partner was Sarah Martinez. She was meticulous, always double-checking measurements and reading safety instructions. Her notebooks were pristine, and she never missed a detail. The first few weeks were uneventful. We mixed baking soda with vinegar, observed flame tests, and practiced titrations. The lab smelled of sulfur and ammonia, but it was all routine. Still remember the fluorescent lights flickering and how the polished countertops reflected our nervous faces. The clang of metal tongs against glassware echoed ominously, and the scent of acids lingered around each station. I felt a growing tension in my chest, like something invisible pressed against my lungs. It was as though the laboratory itself was alive, watching us work. Then one afternoon, Mr. Torres unlocked a supply closet and brought out unmarked bottles. I asked what they were, and he said they were advanced compounds for college prep. The labels had chemical names I'd never seen. Sarah requested the safety data sheets, but he insisted they were standard and promised to share the details later. We accepted his answer and continued. In October, right after my sister's birthday, I arrived with frosting under my nails. We were working with a clear liquid from one of those bottles. Sarah followed every protocol, goggles on, gloves snug. 10 minutes in, she paused and frowned. "I feel dizzy," she whispered. Her voice shook, and her pupils were unusually large. She stared at the whiteboard formulas and whispered, "Do you hear that? The equations are talking." I heard only the hum of the fume hood. He rushed over, took the beaker, and announced, "Just a mild allergic reaction. Nurse's office now." His tone was firm but worried. In the hallway, I overheard his hushed phone call. "Reaction stronger than expected. Document all details." His voice was clinical, as if discussing an experiment. Sarah missed 2 weeks of school. When she returned, she was changed. Quiet, compliant, never asking questions. When I looked at Sarah, it felt like I was staring at a stranger wearing her face. Her eyes were empty, her laughter gone. The bright spark she once had was replaced by a hollow compliance that chilled me more than any chemical ever could. I tried asking what she remembered. She said only that she felt sick, and that was all she could recall. That's when I began watching Mr. Torres more closely. He carried a small notebook during labs and scribbled constantly. One day, I glimpsed his notes. My name was followed by baseline response within expected range. Sarah's page included heightened sensitivity to compound 7 and memory suppression successful. The phrase, memory suppression, sent chills down my spine. I noticed other students changing too. Jake, once fidgety, became calm. Emma, who argued with teachers, became obedient. The locked supply closet had a small window. I climbed up and saw bottles labeled Compound X47 and Subject Compliance Enhancer. The labels looked professionally printed. I snapped a photo, but later it was too blurry to read. It was as though my hands shook when I needed them steady. I remember the bitterness of the metal taste from the beakers, the cold touch of the glass, and how my heartbeat echoed in my ears every time I heard the lid click shut. Those details are branded in my memory like scars. Mr. Torres's gaze during experiments felt predatory, like a scientist observing lab rats rather than a teacher guiding students. I wanted to tell someone, parents, principal, anyone, but feared being dismissed or triggering an investigation that would tip him off. Sarah and I graduated. She moved on to college but remained distant. At graduation, I asked about that lab day, and she stared blankly, clueless about what I meant. I held onto the blurry photo for months, hoping to decode it, but eventually I deleted it, telling myself I was overreacting. I wake up at night, heart pounding, convinced I still smell solvents and hear whispers of formulas. The memory of that class haunts me like a warning. Knowledge can be weaponized by those we trust. And I wonder, if I hadn't paid attention, would I have become just another entry in that notebook? I share this now hoping someone else will believe me. I need to tell someone about this because it's been eating at me for months now. I can't sleep right anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face and that calm expression when everything went down. I worked evenings on the high school cleanup crew for gas money. My mom's car breaks down all the time. The job seemed simple. Empty trash, wipe whiteboards, mop floors. Mr. Garrett was the head custodian, quiet and hunched, with thick glasses magnifying his eyes. He nodded when our shifts overlapped, but rarely spoke. I assumed he just kept to himself, but he was always in the computer lab. Every night I worked, he sat there for hours. The door was closed and lights dim. Once I asked what he was doing, he claimed deep cleaning keyboards. I figured keyboards get filthy, but I never saw him clean anything. I only saw him hunched over a laptop, clicking and typing. Sometimes, he had multiple USB drives plugged in. I assumed he updated software. I knew nothing about computers. My buddy Jake always left his charger in that lab. One night I returned after my shift to fetch it. The main doors were locked. I had emergency keys. The hallway lights were half off to save electricity. My sneakers squeaked on the polished floor. I hate that sound. It reminds me of hospitals. I passed the computer lab and heard rapid clicking. Mr. Garrett's car remained in the lot. The door was ajar. I peered inside. He sat at a student computer with 3 USB drives attached. The screen showed a girl's Facebook page. Not his, but Sarah's from chemistry class. He clicked through her photos. Then he opened a desktop folder and dragged images into it. His focus was intense, like this was critical. Filing cabinets loomed behind him. I never noticed them before. They looked oversized for maintenance supplies. I should have left immediately. Instead, I stayed frozen. He glanced at the door nervously. Then he switched to another account. Another student's profile appeared. He knew everyone's passwords. I could barely remember mine. He took screenshots, copied files, organized them in folders. My phone buzzed, with a text from my mom. The sudden noise snapped me out of my trance. I bumped the door, and it creaked. He looked up and smiled calmly. "Oh, hey there," he said, as if nothing was wrong. He invited me inside. My legs felt heavy, though I wanted to run. He turned the laptop toward me. It displayed private Instagram DMs, messages about family drama and personal secrets. "Kids think it's private, but I observe them," he said. He clicked to reveal a girl cutting herself. Photos she sent to her boyfriend laid bare. He opened a cabinet filled with printed screenshots and photos, hundreds of pages piled neatly in folders. "I've done this 7 years," he said proudly. Over 300 students cataloged. He flipped through records of text, posts, grades. "This one planned to run away," he explained. "This one's parents are divorcing secretly." The tone was clinical, not creepy but chilling. He analyzed behavioral patterns like a scientist. I finally whispered, "Why do you do this?" He looked surprised by the question. "Because it's fascinating to see their authentic selves," he replied. He continued revealing private details and psychological observations. My mind raced with fear and disbelief. I don't remember leaving, only that I needed to escape. I mumbled an excuse about going home. He nodded and returned to his work. I never reported him. Who would believe such a story? I was afraid he knew about me too. I quit the job the next week under the pretense of focusing on grades. But I still see him pushing his cart in hallways. He nods and smiles that same calm smile. I wonder how many more secrets he's collected, how many more files he has in those cabinets. The worst part is knowing he's still there, watching, collecting pieces of everyone's private lives, one screenshot at a time. I keep this secret to myself. I'm haunted by knowing what lurks behind locked doors. Sometimes I wake with terrible sweat, replaying his voice and those files piled high. If someone doesn't stop him, I fear his next future discoveries.
It all started just a week ago, but it's been playing on a loop in my mind ever since. My family isn't your average holiday crew. While most people spend their winter vacations relaxing somewhere warm or heading to ski resorts, my relatives prefer something different. Every year, we rent a huge, isolated cabin deep in the Vermont woods. This year's spot looked like a log fortress, sturdy, sprawling, and perfect for our unusual traditions. That's where things took a strange turn. One of our favorite, and admittedly dangerous, family rituals is a giant game of laser tag, not in some backyard, but in the pitch-black forest. Every second to last night of the trip, the adults suit up in thick winter gear, grab heavy-duty laser guns handcrafted by my Uncle Wyatt, and disappear into the snow-covered wilderness for a no-holds-barred showdown. Yes, it's exactly as wild as it sounds. The game is simple. Last person not tagged wins the cash prize and bragging rights until next year. If multiple players survive until midnight, they split the winnings. Once you're hit, you return to the fire pit near the cabin and wait. When the second-to-last player returns, everyone fires their real guns into the sky to signal the game's end. Safe? Probably not. But tradition is tradition. This was my first year playing. I just turned 18, and I was pumped. Not for the money, but just to finally be part of the madness. Before we started, Uncle Wyatt gave us the rundown: how to use the equipment, where to aim, and the rules. Then, without warning, he sprinted into the woods like a lunatic. Everyone scattered. Most of them ran uphill, so I figured I'd head downhill, less traffic, better odds. The snow on the ground gave just enough visibility. I wandered deep into the forest and found a small ridge where I could catch my breath and scout the area. After resting, I started creeping sideways along the hill, trying to loop around and surprise someone. I must have walked for 15 minutes, putting serious distance between me and the cabin. Then I heard a soft crunch footsteps behind me. I ducked behind a tree. At first, I didn't see anyone, but then, straining my eyes, I spotted a faint trail of footprints leading to a thick tree, maybe 15 yards away. Someone was there, hiding, watching. But why hadn't they tagged me? I had been completely exposed. That's when I started to feel genuinely uneasy. I took off uphill, trying to put distance between me and whoever that was. But soon, I saw another set of footprints. These started deep in the woods, looped toward me, then vanished back into the trees. Someone had flanked me, and they'd gone even deeper than I had. Then I heard a thud like someone falling in the snow. I bolted back toward the cabin. My phone said it was past 11 p.m. Time had flown. I followed some fresh prints leading toward the house and picked up the pace. Just past a line of trees, I spotted my cousin Drew walking casually with his laser gun. I ducked, aimed, and got him. His marker lit up. He groaned, slammed his hand on a tree, and sulked off toward the cabin. I grinned, proud of my first kill. High on adrenaline, I came up with a plan. I'd sprint forward, then double back and hide in a spot where my footprints would mislead anyone following me. Classic bait and switch. I executed it perfectly, hiding behind a tree without leaving obvious tracks. I waited. Suddenly, my marker blinked. I'd been hit. But how? The laser beam was coming from the spot I'd just left. Someone had tracked me. I stood up, expecting the shooter to turn off their laser and reveal themselves. But they didn't. The beam stayed pointed directly at me. It felt wrong, like they were taunting me. I started walking toward the beam. All I could see was a pair of hands holding the laser gun. The body was hidden behind a tree. Just then, gunshots rang out in the distance, the signal that the game was over. But if I'd been tagged and Drew was the last person I hit who tagged me, that's when the shooter stepped into view. I didn't recognize them. A total stranger. And standing next to them, another stranger. Before I could react, I heard crunching behind me. I spun around and saw a man in a ski mask holding a knife in one hand and a trash bag in the other.
He locked eyes with me and charged.
I ran, screaming, dropped everything. I could hear all three of them chasing me, shouting words I couldn't even recognize as English. The snow slowed me down, but I didn't dare stop or look back. I was running for my life. Finally, I saw the lights of the cabin. I pushed harder, lungs burning, legs shaking, and that's when I saw Uncle Wyatt. He came running from the clearing with a rifle in hand. He raised it and fired 3 shots into the air. I heard someone behind me stumble and fall. Then silence. I collapsed at Wyatt's feet and passed out in the snow. The next morning, my aunt explained that she had dropped her laser gun during the game after a fall, which explained how the strangers got their hands on it. Drew had apparently tagged 6 people before I got him, so he really was the final kill. Uncle Wyatt and my dad searched the woods that night but found nothing. Too many tracks, too many paths. The next morning I was jolted awake by the sound of shouting. It was Wyatt yelling into the forest like a man possessed. I threw on my coat and rushed outside. That's when I saw a snowman, standing perfectly still at the edge of the woods, facing directly toward the cabin. Clutched in its stick hand was the missing laser gun. Without hesitation, Wyatt raised his rifle and put 3 bullets through the snowman's head. Then he turned around and walked back inside without a word. It's only been a few days since then. But if anything else happens, I'll let you know. Middle school left me with more awkward memories than I'd care to admit, but one in particular still haunts me. It wasn't just weird or uncomfortable. It was deeply unsettling, the kind of experience that clings to you years later, no matter how badly you want to forget. I didn't have many friends back then. Just 3: Nolan, Eli, and Corey. We were the kind of kids who never quite fit in, which made us stick together even tighter. But over time, the dynamic shifted. Eli and I started to pull away from Nolan and Corey, though none of us ever talked about it out loud. That summer, Nolan surprised us by inviting the group to spend a week at his family's summer house in Maine. None of us had even heard of the place, a secluded island somewhere in Casco Bay. Given how private his family always was, it didn't shock us. They were unusual, but that's a whole other story. The car ride was long and tense. I had a cold and kept sneezing, which irritated Nolan's dad, who was clearly a germ freak. Corey and I also argued the whole ride over something silly typical for us. We had to take a ferry to reach the island, and that part was at least a little exciting. The house was small but cozy. It felt like stepping into another reality. I don't know how else to put it. The island itself had a surreal vibe. Everyone seemed to know Nolan. Even strangers on the street greeted him by name. We spent most of our time biking, and for kids our age, that was perfect. On the second day, I noticed my favorite Barcelona snapback was missing. I was heartbroken. It was the only soccer merch I had. Nolan guessed I'd left it on the beach, but I was sure I'd brought it back. I even cried to his dad, who brushed me off and told me not to let something so trivial ruin the trip. So I forced myself to move on. The next day, I realized one of my collectible pens was missing. I was obsessed with pens back then and brought my collection everywhere. Eli said he remembered seeing me holding it on my bike, which made me feel worse. I didn't want to cry again, especially not in front of Nolan's dad, so I said I wasn't feeling well and went to bed early. I woke up around 3 a.m., unable to fall back asleep. While I was tossing and turning, I suddenly heard whispering. It was almost too quiet to hear, but it was definitely there. It sounded like it was coming from Corey's bunk, but I couldn't be sure. I was too scared to say anything, so I stayed quiet and eventually drifted back to sleep. I didn't mention it the next morning. Later that day, while we were playing outside, Corey said he had to use the bathroom. He was gone a while, which was typical. But when I glanced at the house, I saw him staring at us from a second-floor window. That wouldn't have been strange, except the house didn't have a bathroom upstairs. I looked again, and he was gone. I told Nolan's dad I felt sick again, and stayed behind when they went out for dinner. Lying in bed, I kept thinking about what I'd seen, the whispering, the missing things, Corey in the window. Something wasn't right. I got up and searched his duffel bag. What I found made my stomach drop. My Barcelona cap. Then my missing pen. Then a nail clipper my mom had packed, a toothbrush, and even a pair of my underwear. I was horrified. But the worst part was his notebook. I almost wish I hadn't opened it. The pages were filled with disturbing sketches, monsters, violent acts, horrific scenes. Some were so heavily drawn the pencil had ripped through the paper. There were even drawings of me. One showed me nailed to a cross with my legs missing. Toward the end of the notebook, my name appeared over and over. The last page said, "I'll do it tomorrow." Shaking, I showed the notebook to Nolan's dad. He was stunned. He told me to return everything the way I found it. I didn't want to, but I listened. Before putting the notebook back, I tore out one of the pages. Minutes later, he gathered everyone and said there was a family emergency. We had to leave immediately. As we packed, I could feel Corey's stare on my back. I was too afraid to turn around. We drove non-stop back home. Nolan's dad dropped Corey off first, then Nolan and Eli, and finally me. On the ride to my house, he told me not to say anything to my parents, that he'd already spoken to Corey's family, and it would be best to let it go. I nodded, but as soon as I got inside, I broke down and told my parents everything. They were furious. Within minutes, they were on the phone with the police. I showed the page I had taken. That was enough for the police to get a warrant. They found the notebook and most of my missing items, all except the pen. I never saw Corey again. His family moved away. He didn't return to school. I never hung out with Nolan either after that. But just last week, a letter showed up in my mailbox, no return address. Inside was the pen, along with a note that simply read, "I remember everything. Now I'm seriously considering moving." By the time senior year rolled around, I realized I'd spent every spring break stuck on campus. While everyone else jetted off to beaches and booze-fueled getaways, I stayed behind, partly because of money, partly because I just didn't bother. But that final year hit different. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd missed out on something. So I decided it was time to do something, anything, before college ended. I still couldn't afford international travel, but my girlfriend Erin started searching for low-cost options closer to home. She ended up finding this quiet little cabin tucked deep in the woods of Lake County, California. It had an old-school charm, a fireplace, a vintage record player, a hot tub, and absolutely no cell reception. Definitely not a wild beach party, but it felt like the perfect kind of escape. We invited her best friend Zoe and her boyfriend Nick to join us and make it a double-date getaway. None of us had ever done a vacation like this together, so we were excited. The drive was about 2.5 hours. Nick had a ridiculously small Mini Cooper, so the girls had to squeeze in the back. He was weirdly touchy about his car. Every time someone brought it up, he got defensive. Still, it was a convertible, so at least the ride felt breezy. We arrived just after 8 p.m. It was completely dark, and the cabin looked a little creepy with no lights on and trees pressing in from all sides. Still, the inside was cozy. That first night, we hung out by the fire, opened some wine, played board games, and just relaxed. The second night was more lively. We finally convinced Nick to join us in the hot tub, which was in its own screened-in room connected to the back of the cabin. We brought drinks, cranked up some music, and started a game of Never Have I Ever. Everyone was loose, laughing and buzzed. Then a flash of light, blinding and fast, lit up the entire spa room like a lightning strike. But there were no clouds, no thunder, just light. We froze. I turned off the music. No one said anything. I climbed out of the tub and stepped out onto the back deck. All I could see was blackness and forest. Then I heard it, a sharp clicking sound. It came from somewhere deep in the woods. Then another from the opposite direction. Then a third. Seconds later came the whistling, from multiple places at once. It felt like the trees were closing in. I yelled for everyone to get inside. We slammed the door shut and locked everything. Sitting in the living room, soaked and shivering, we tried to come up with explanations. A prank? Locals messing with us? Then came the banging. Someone was pounding on the front door hard. Zoe panicked. Erin was already crying. I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife I could find and told Nick to call the police. I shouted that I had a gun, a bluff, of course. The pounding stopped. Nick said the cops were on the way, but we were in the middle of nowhere. No clue how long it would take. Everything was silent for a few minutes, until the living room window shattered. A rock crashed through it with so much force it knocked over a lamp. Screams. Glass everywhere. I told everyone to run upstairs and lock themselves in. I stayed downstairs, knife in hand, waiting for someone to try to climb in. But no one came. Instead, I walked to the broken window and picked up the rock. Taped to it was a note, written in jagged black marker, L-E-A-V-A. Minutes later, the police finally arrived. They swept the property, searched the woods, questioned us, but found nothing. No footprints. No people. No explanation. We weren't going to stick around for round 2. We didn't even wait until morning. We packed up and got out of there that same night. The Airbnb host gave us a full refund without hesitation, but completely ignored all of our follow-up messages. Aaron's convinced they knew something, maybe even expected something to happen. It would explain the unusually low price and how far off the grid the place was. As for me, I'm done with quiet remote cabins. Next spring break, I'll take overpriced cocktails.
I work as a night nurse in a hospital that has been around since the early 1900s. The place is old, and despite the renovations, you can still feel the history lingering in the air. The walls seem to whisper, and the floors creak even when no one is there. Some of the older staff tell stories of strange occurrences, phantom footsteps, lights flickering for no reason, and whispers in empty hallways. I never paid much attention to them, until that night. I was assigned to the 4th floor, a section mostly reserved for long-term patients and the terminally ill. It was a quiet shift, the kind that makes you feel like time is standing still. The only sounds were the distant beeping of monitors and the occasional groan of an old air vent. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., something strange happened. Room 413's call light flickered on. That was impossible. Room 413 had been empty for weeks. I stared at the glowing red light, my pulse quickening. Maybe it was a malfunction that happens sometimes in old buildings like this. But something about the air changed, suddenly heavier, colder. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones. I hesitated, but protocol dictated that I check on every call, no matter the circumstances. As I walked down the hallway toward room 413, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The closer I got, the more I felt something watching me. The door was slightly ajar, though I was sure it had been shut earlier. I reached out with a trembling hand and slowly pushed it open. The room was dark, but the faint green glow of the emergency exit sign cast eerie shadows. The bed was empty, but the sheets were disheveled, as if someone had just been there. The air was thick with the scent of antiseptic, mixed with something else, something metallic like blood. My breath came in shallow gasps as I took a cautious step inside. Then I saw him. A man stood in the far corner of the room. He was gaunt, his skin stretched tightly over his bones, almost translucent. His eyes were hollow but locked onto mine with an intensity that sent ice through my veins. I wanted to turn and run, but I was frozen in place, my body betraying me. He took one slow step forward. The lights flickered violently, casting his figure in and out of existence. My heart pounded against my ribs as the temperature plummeted. My breath turned to mist in front of me. He took another step, and I heard a faint, rasping whisper. It was barely audible, like wind slipping through cracks in a window. "Help me." My throat tightened. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The man reached out a trembling hand, fingers unnaturally long and bony. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and for a brief moment, I felt something pulling at me, as if an invisible hand were grasping my arms, my chest, my very soul. That's when I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the nurse's station, gasping for breath. My hand was shaking so violently that I knocked over a stack of charts. The senior nurse on duty, an older woman who had worked at the hospital for decades, looked up at me with concern. "What happened?" she asked, furrowing her brow. I swallowed hard, struggling to form words. "Room 413. I saw someone. A man." Her expression changed instantly. The color drained from her face. She placed a hand on my shoulder, her grip firm but trembling. "That room?" she whispered, glancing toward the hallway. "A patient named Mr. Holloway died there years ago, but sometimes he comes back." I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I had imagined the whole thing. But then she added something that made my blood run cold. "He always calls for help." I looked down at my arms and realized something that I hadn't noticed before. Faint, finger-shaped bruises had formed around my wrists. I was a medical intern working late shifts in an old hospital on the outskirts of town. The place had a reputation. Whispers among the staff about strange occurrences, eerie shadows in the hallways, and voices where there should be none. I never paid much attention to those stories. Until that night. It was a slow shift, and exhaustion weighed heavy on me. I decided to grab a coffee from the vending machine on the basement floor. Normally, I took the stairs, but fatigue won over, and I opted for the elevator instead. Big mistake. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, and I stepped in. Just as the door started to close, I heard it, a voice barely above a whisper. "Wait." I turned around quickly. The hallway was empty. A shiver crawled down my spine, but I shook it off. It had to be my imagination. The doors closed, and the elevator began its descent. I leaned against the wall, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake the eerie feeling settling in my chest. Then I noticed something. The display above the doors was blank, except for a single blinking dash. The elevator wasn't stopping at the basement. It kept going and going. The hum of the machinery changed pitch, becoming strained, unnatural. The lights flickered violently, casting shifting shadows against the steel walls. A suffocating pressure built in my chest, a presence, something unseen, something wrong. My breathing quickened. Then, the emergency phone rang. The sharp, shrill sound sent a bolt of fear through me. I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the receiver before finally picking it up. Static hissed through the line, then a distorted voice, broken and uneven. "Don't look up." My stomach dropped. My fingers clenched around the receiver, knuckles turning white. I stood frozen, every nerve in my body screaming at me to obey. But the moment the voice faded, I became painfully aware of something else. A sound, a soft, deliberate shifting. Something was above me. My breath hitched. I fought every instinct to glance up, keeping my gaze locked on the doors. My pulse pounded in my ears. The light flickered again, and I caught the briefest glimpse of movement. Something black, something impossibly thin, its limbs contorting in the flickering glow. A faint, rasping breath filled the elevator. The air turned ice cold. My skin prickled as an overwhelming sense of dread wrapped around me like a vice. The elevator jolted violently. The lights surged back to life as the doors slid open, but it wasn't the basement. It wasn't anywhere I recognized. A long, unlit hallway stretched before me, disappearing into darkness. The walls were wrong, old, crumbling, lined with rusted gurneys and stained curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. The air reeked of something putrid, something long forgotten. Then, from the darkness, a sound, slow, shuffling footsteps, dragging closer. My survival instincts kicked in. I slammed my fist against the closed door button, pounding it repeatedly. The footsteps quickened. Just before the door shut, I heard it again. A whisper, right in my ear. "Next time, you won't escape." Then silence. The elevator lurched, rocketing upward at a speed that made my stomach twist. My ears popped. Then, with a final jolt, the doors slid open to the main floor. I stumbled out, gasping for air, my body trembling. The fluorescent lights of the hospital lobby felt too bright, too real. A security guard sitting nearby looked up at me. He must have seen the sheer terror on my face because he frowned, setting down his newspaper. "You all right?" he asked. I turned, pointing at the elevator, my voice barely steady. Something's wrong with it. The guard's expression darkened. He let out a slow breath, shaking his head. That elevator's been out of service for years. I was a janitor at a small hospital, mostly working the night shift. The job was quiet for the most part, and I liked it that way. The stillness of the empty halls, the rhythmic hum of the fluorescent lights, it had a certain peace to it. That is, until I started noticing something odd. Every night at exactly 2:17 a.m., I would hear the faint sound of soft crying coming from the pediatric ward. At first, I thought nothing of it. Hospitals can be eerie places, especially at night. Maybe it was a restless child, a patient unable to sleep. But after a few nights, I started paying closer attention. All the rooms in the pediatric ward were empty. Yet, the crying continued. The sound was distant at first, like an echo drifting through the halls. But each night, it seemed to get louder, closer. Finally, curiosity and a growing sense of unease got the best of me. I decided to investigate. I followed the sound to room 203. The door was slightly ajar, and through the narrow gap, I could see a small figure sitting on one of the beds. A little girl, hunched over, her long hair obscuring her face. Her shoulders shook with each quiet sob. Something about the scene sent a chill through me. Every instinct told me to turn back, but I couldn't ignore her. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked softly, stepping inside. The crying stopped. A heavy silence filled the room. My breath hitched as the temperature dropped, an unnatural cold wrapping around me like unseen fingers. Slowly, the girl lifted her head. My stomach lurched. Where her eyes should have been, there was nothing, just hollow, black pits, endless and empty. Her mouth twisted into a grin, stretching impossibly wide, exposing jagged, unnatural teeth. The air grew thick, suffocating. The lights flickered. The walls seemed to close in. I stumbled back, my pulse pounding in my ears. I reached for the door, but before my fingers could grasp the handle, it slammed shut on its own with a deafening bang. The force rattled the windows. I yanked at the knob, but it wouldn't budge. Then she spoke, a voice small and broken, yet filled with something old, something angry. "Why did you leave me here?" A sob racked through her body, but her face remained twisted in that awful grin. My skin prickled with pure terror. The lights flickered one last time, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed me whole. I don't remember what happened next. One moment, I was trapped in that freezing room, suffocating in the presence of something inhuman. The next, I was on the floor of the hallway, gasping for air. My head throbbed and my limbs felt like lead. Security found me minutes later, helping me to my feet. Their faces were pale, their expressions grim. When I tried to explain, they exchanged glances. One of them muttered under his breath, "You saw her, didn't you?" I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Who?" The guard hesitated, then sighed. "That girl. She died in room 203 20 years ago. Her parents left her here and never came back. They say she's still waiting for them, still looking." A heavy silence fell between us. I didn't say another word. I quit the next day. When I was a teenager, my friends and I had a tradition. Every summer, we would go camping in a remote forest. It was a peaceful place, far from the city, and we loved it because it made us feel like we were in the middle of nowhere with no one to bother us. But there was one summer in particular that made us swear never to return to that forest. It all started like any other camping trip. We arrived in the afternoon, set up our tents, and began gathering firewood. As we explored the area, we noticed something strange. The trees had carvings on their bark. They weren't natural marks, but deep scratches, almost like symbols or strange inscriptions. Some looked like faces with expressions of pain or fear. One of my friends, Marcos, laughed and said it was probably just some other camper playing a prank. But I wasn't so sure. Night fell quickly, and after dinner, we sat around the fire to tell scary stories. As the night went on, the forest became eerily silent. There were no crickets, no owls hooting, just the occasional crack of branches in the distance. At first, we didn't think much of it. But then the whispers started. They were faint, barely audible, like someone was speaking between the trees, but we couldn't make out any words. We looked at each other, waiting for someone to admit they were playing a joke, but no one did. Then Marcos, the bravest of the group, grabbed his flashlight and pointed it toward the forest. When the beam of light cut through the darkness, we saw something that froze us in place. A few meters away, standing between the trees, was a tall, thin figure with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. It didn't move, it just watched us. Its silhouette was unnaturally elongated, and though we couldn't make out its face clearly, we knew it was looking directly at us. Marco screamed and immediately turned off the flashlight. We rushed into our tents, trying to convince ourselves that we had imagined it. But then the whispers came back, this time closer. The voice was guttural, low, and seemed to echo inside our heads. The words weren't recognizable, but we could feel that it was trying to tell us something. Marcos, unable to take it anymore, stepped out of the tent with his knife in hand and turned on the flashlight again. The figure was gone, but in its place, something worse had appeared. The trees around our camp had more of those strange carvings, and this time, they were fresh, newly etched, as if someone had made them while we were hiding in our tents. We didn't sleep at all that night. The whispers continued until just before dawn, when suddenly everything went silent. As soon as the sun rose, we packed our things and ran out of there. When we got back to the city, we checked the photos we had taken during the trip, and among them, we found one that sent chills down our spines. It was a picture of our tent, taken in the middle of the night. But none of us had taken it. And the worst part? In the background, standing among the trees, we could clearly see the silhouette of that tall, thin figure, watching us. We never went back to that forest. A group of university students decided to go camping in a forest famous for its local legends. It was said that a man had disappeared there in the 90s, and since then, his spirit roamed the area, appearing to those who dare to stay in the darkness of the night. The group, consisting of 5 friends, arrived at dusk and set up their tents near a clearing. A cool breeze rustled the leaves, and mist began creeping between the trunks, giving the place a more unsettling feel than they had anticipated. But instead of being scared, they embraced it as part of the adventure. The first night was filled with laughter and ghost stories around the campfire. The atmosphere was light until, in the middle of their conversation, one of them noticed something unsettling. A motionless figure standing among the trees, watching them. At first, they thought it was an oddly shaped shadow cast by the fire, but when one of the guys, Daniel, got up and took a few steps toward the figure, it vanished into the mist without making a sound. The atmosphere grew tense. They tried to joke about it to ease their nerves, but the feeling of being watched never left them. Some went to sleep early, while others stayed awake, keeping an eye on the surroundings, but they saw nothing else. At midnight, Sophia, one of the girls, woke up feeling a cold breath near her face. Her skin prickled instantly. Her heart pounded as she opened her eyes, and in the dim moonlight, she saw a figure kneeling beside her sleeping bag. It had no face. She stifled a scream and squeezed her eyes shut, trembling. When she opened them again, the figure was gone. She immediately woke the others, but when they searched the area, there were no footprints or signs of anyone outside their group. No one went back to sleep that night. They reignited the fire and stayed together until dawn. The skeptics tried to rationalize what had happened, while others were convinced they had witnessed something paranormal. The next day, they tried to convince themselves it had been a dream or a hallucination caused by exhaustion. But when they checked the photos they had taken during the night, their blood ran cold. In every nighttime image in the background, among the trees, or standing behind them, the figure was there, always watching. Javier and Sofia had heard about a national park with hidden caves, perfect for exploring. They decided to spend a weekend camping, far from the city, craving adventure and a break from their hectic lives. Little did they know, the weekend would take a terrifying turn. The first day went smoothly. They set up their tent near a small creek, built a campfire, and spent hours hiking through the lush forest, marveling at the untouched beauty of the area. As the sun began to set, they sat by the fire, roasting marshmallows, laughing, and enjoying the calm. But when night fully descended, a sense of unease settled over them. The forest, which had been so alive during the day, now felt like it was holding its breath. The silence was deep, almost unnatural. Then, as they prepared to retire for the night, they noticed something strange. Around their camp, there were large, distorted footprints in the dirt, too large to be from a bear and too strange in shape to be from any animal they knew. The prints were deep, as though whatever had made them weighed more than any creature they could imagine. At first, they thought it was the tracks of a wild animal, but as they followed the trail, it ended abruptly, without a trace, as if the creature had simply disappeared into thin air. Javier felt a chill crawl down his spine. "Maybe it's a bear," Sophia suggested, trying to reassure him, though her voice trembled with uncertainty. But Javier wasn't convinced. Bears don't vanish into thin air. He ran a hand through his hair, looking around nervously. He tried to shake off the feeling, blaming the wilderness for making his mind jump to conclusions. But the sense of being watched remained. As they settled into their tent, a heavy, uneasy silence enveloped the camp. That night, everything felt off. Javier woke suddenly, his heart racing. He heard a deep, labored breath just outside their tent. He tensed, his eyes darting to the small opening of the tent. Was it an animal? A bear? But then, the sound came again, closer this time, and inhuman. It was almost like a whisper, a rasping voice that seemed to come from somewhere far away, and yet so close. I can see you." The words sent a shock of ice through Javier's veins. His stomach twisted. It was not an animal. It was something worse. Sophia stirred beside him, awake now, her breath shallow. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming, her wide eyes locked onto Javier's. She too had heard the voice. The air inside the tent felt thick, suffocating. The shadow of a figure loomed outside, stretched and twisted against the fabric of the tent. The figure seemed impossibly tall, hunched, its limbs long and unnatural. It was like a dark silhouette of a man, but there was something terribly wrong about it. Its arms hung far too low, the fingers too long. Its legs were unnaturally thin, bent at odd angles like it didn't belong in this world. Javier froze, his breath caught in his throat. The creature outside seemed to be sniffing the air, as if hunting for their scent. Every fiber of his being screamed for them to run, but he was paralyzed, unable to move. Sophia squeezed his hand, her grip tight, as if to anchor herself to the reality of the moment. They didn't know how long they lay there in the dark, not daring to move, hoping the creature would leave. But as the first rays of dawn touched the sky, the figure disappeared, vanishing as quietly as it had appeared. The silence that followed was suffocating, and they didn't speak as the sun slowly rose. The creature was gone, but the feeling of dread lingered. Without a word, they packed up their things in a hurry, their hearts still pounding. They were about to leave the campsite when Sophia noticed something out of the corner of her eye. A narrow path that led deeper into the woods, a path they hadn't seen before. Javier reluctantly agreed to explore, convinced they had to get out of there. But as they walked, the dense forest around them grew eerily quiet, as though it was closing in on them. The path narrowed, leading them to the entrance of a hidden cave, something they hadn't expected to find on their route out. They entered cautiously, feeling a strange pull, as if the cave was calling them. Inside, the cave was damp and cold, the air thick with the smell of earth and decay. At the far end, an altar made of animal bones, tattered clothes, and strange symbols carved into the stone sent a chill through their bodies. Among the rags, they found a backpack, old and weathered. Sophia opened it, and inside was a tattered ID card. It belonged to a young man who had gone missing 5 years ago. They recognized the name instantly from local news reports. He had disappeared while hiking in this very park. The discovery sent a shockwave of terror through them. The cave, the altar, the bones, they all pointed to something far more sinister than they could have imagined. Javier grabbed Sophia's arm. "We need to leave now." They turned to go, but as they retraced their steps through the cave, something caught their attention. Faint, barefoot prints, fresh, as if someone had passed through only hours before. The prints led deeper into the cave, past the altar into the pitch-black darkness. They stared at them for a moment, their bodies frozen in terror. Without another word, they ran. The cave seemed to close in behind them, as if the very walls were pushing them out. When they reached the entrance, they didn't stop to look back. They didn't stop until they were far, far away from the park. When they reached the ranger station, they told their story. The rangers listened carefully, then went to investigate the cave. But when they returned, they reported nothing unusual. They had found the same tracks, barefoot and leading into the deeper recesses of the cave. But the tracks had vanished just as suddenly as the creatures. The rangers believed the prints were old, but Javier and Sophia knew the truth. The creature, whatever it was, had been watching them. It had followed them, and it was still out there in the shadows, waiting for the next soul to wander too far into the unknown.
I'm going to tell you about something that happened to me back in my sophomore year at State University. It's messed me up, honestly, and I still don't get it all. I was just a regular student, you know, stuck in this tough organic chemistry class. One night, I was in the lab, late, around 11 p.m., trying to finish up some dumb experiment. The place was empty, just me and those buzzing lights. Kinda smelled like bleach or something. And the metal tables were freezing when I brushed against them. I was shoving my stuff into my bag when, bam, this scream hit me. Not a normal yell, but this awful, panicked sound coming from the research lab next door. I froze for a sec, heart pounding, then bolted over there. Pushed the door open and saw Marcus, my lab partner, on the floor. He was shaking bad, like a seizure or something, with these gross chemical burns all over his arms and face. Red, peeling, ugh, it was nasty. Derek, the grad student who ran our lab, was there too, freaking out, wiping up some spilled stuff with a wad of paper towels. "Call 911!" Derek shouted, all wild-eyed. I yanked out my phone, hands shaky, but then he lunged at me, grabbed my wrist. "No, wait, stop. We gotta handle this differently." I was like, "What?" "He's dying, dude." But Derek just shook his head, muttering, "You don't get it." He pulled out his phone, dialed someone, and started whispering stuff like, "It happened again, containment, liability crap." I stood there, dumbstruck, while Marcus was still groaning on the floor. Then, get this, 2 guys in suits showed up. Not cops, not medics, just these stiff-looking dudes. Took maybe 5 minutes, way too quick. They didn't even talk, just hauled Marcus onto a stretcher and carried him out. I followed them a bit, saw them head to the back exit. No flashing lights, no ambulance, just this creepy black van waiting there. Derek came up behind me, all chill now, which was weird. Handed me this envelope and said, "Here, take it." Inside, $2,000 in cash and some paper saying I wasn't in the lab that night. "Sign it," he told me, voice flat. Keeps things simple. I didn't know what to do, so I signed it, stuffed the cash in my pocket. Derek locked the lab door, gave me this hard stare, like, "Shut up about it," and left. Next day, I went to class, expecting people to be freaking out, but nothing. Everyone acted normal, like it was just another Tuesday. I asked a couple people about Marcus. "Hey, you seen Marcus around?" They just blinked at me. "Who's Marcus?" one guy said, frowning. I pulled up a photo on my phone. Me and Marcus, chilling at a coffee shop a few weeks back. But looking at it, I don't know, it felt weird, like his face wasn't right anymore. I swung by his dorm after. Door was open, room totally empty. Not just moved out empty, but scrubbed, like no one ever lived there. The RA was down the hall and I asked him, "Yo, what happened to the guy in 304? He shrugged. "Been empty all year, man. You okay?" My chest got tight. I'd been in that room last week, eating pizza and watching Marcus lose at Mario Kart. Tried his phone. Rang once, then voicemail. Not even his voice, just that robot one. I left a message. "Hey, Marcus, you good? Call me." But I knew he wouldn't. He was gone. Went to the registrar's office, feeling desperate. "Can you check on a student? Marcus, I don't know his last name, but he's in my class." The lady typed for a sec, then said, "No record of any Marcus here. Ever." I wanted to scream. I had proof, pictures, texts. But it was like he'd been wiped out. That night I couldn't sleep. My apartment was too quiet. Every creak from the old wooden floor made me jump. My roommate's dog kept whining at the window, even though nothing was out there. I kept smelling that chemical stink too, like it was stuck in my nose. The cash and that paper, still got 'em sitting in my desk drawer. Haven't touched the money, feels wrong, you know? Those photos of Marcus. I scroll through them sometimes, but they're creepy now. His smile looks off, blurry almost. And sometimes, swear to God, I hear that scream again, faint, like it's stuck in my head. I don't know what they did to him, or why. Derek? The suits? The university? No clue. But I feel like someone's keeping tabs on me, waiting for me to slip up and talk. I think about telling someone, but who'd buy this? Sounds nuts, right? So I just keep quiet, act like it's fine. But it's not. Something's really, really wrong. My name is Alex. When I got my dorm assignment freshman year, I was pretty pumped. New start, you know? I'd been stuck at home all summer, so moving into this big campus felt huge. The housing office said my roommate was a senior, Tyler. I was like, wait, a senior? That's random. Usually it's two freshmen together. But I figured, maybe he's a transfer or something. Tyler was fine at first. Quiet guy. Always hunched over his desk, scribbling in notebooks. I'd say hi, try to chat, but he'd just nod or mutter, "Hey," and keep going. His side of the room was neat though, weirdly neat. But then I started picking up on stuff. He never left during the day, like not once. Only at night. I'd hear him shuffle out around midnight, door clicking shut, and he'd be back by morning. And his stuff? It smelled like hospital. You know, that sharp, clean smell? Antiseptic, I guess. Saw some medical junk too. Tubes, little metal tools. But I didn't ask. Didn't want to seem rude. I started feeling off around him, like one night I woke up, pitch black, and I heard him talking, mumbling, real low. Couldn't catch the words, but it made my skin crawl. I stayed still, pretending to sleep. Another time, I swear he was standing by my bed, just watching. I blinked, and he was back under his covers, out cold. I told myself it was nothing. Probably just tired. Midterms were coming, and I hadn't done laundry in forever, so I was down to my last pair of socks. But then, God, this still messes me up. One night, I jolted awake, and there he was, Tyler, standing over me with a freaking syringe in his hand. I froze, heart slamming in my chest. "Dude, what are you doing?" I stammered. He jumped back, all shaky, and goes, sorry man, I'm diabetic, just fixing my insulin." He wouldn't look at me, just stuffed the syringe in a drawer. I wanted to believe him, really did, but his voice was all wrong, too nervous. I barely slept after that. Next day, I started crashing at my friend Jake's place down the hall. His roommate didn't care, and their room had this old rug that smelled like pizza, but it beat being near Tyler. I'd only go back to grab stuff, books, clothes, whatever. Tyler'd be there, acting normal, but I'd catch him staring sometimes. Those eyes, man. Too focused. Then one afternoon, I came back, and there were these security guys in our room, packing up Tyler's stuff, quick and quiet. I was like, what's happening? One of them, this big guy with a buzz cut, goes, "Clerical error. Tyler wasn't supposed to be here." I blinked. "What do you mean?" He handed me some papers. "He's from the medical research facility. A patient. Got mixed up with student housing." My jaw dropped. "A patient? Like, what kind?" He just shrugged. "Sign this. We're moving you to a new room. Don't talk about it." I was too stunned to argue. Scribbled my name, grabbed my stuff. They were gone in 10 minutes. I moved that day. New room was fine, but I couldn't shake it. What was Tyler? Why me? A week later, I was by the vending machine. It was always out of those BBQ chips I liked. When I ran into this janitor, Joe. Old guy, always sweeping the halls. I asked, half joking, "Hey, you know anything about my old roommate, Tyler?" He stopped, looked around, then leaned in close. "Heard he was in some program. For people with head problems, you know? Serious stuff. They were testing if he could act normal around regular kids." I stared. "Wait, so I was, what, part of it?" Joe nodded slow. "Sounds like it. Didn't tell you, huh?" I felt my throat tighten. Number. They didn't. After that, I was a mess. Kept replaying it all. Tyler's mumbles, that syringe, those night stares. What was he gonna do? And the university just let him live with me? Like I was some lab rat? I started double-checking my lock every night. Once, I heard footsteps outside my door. Turned out to be some drunk guy stumbling home, but I still flipped out. I never saw Tyler again. Don't know where he went. Joe said the research building's got locked floors you need special keys for. Makes me wonder what else is down there. Sometimes, I catch that hospital smell randomly, like in the stairwell, and it hits me all over again. What if I hadn't woken up that night? What if he'd... I don't know. I don't want to know. I gotta get this off my chest, okay? It's about something that started back in my sophomore year. I got this email one day about a scholarship, the Blackwood Academic Excellence Program. It was unreal. Full tuition, a place to live, even some cash every month. All I had to do was join their special research projects. Sounded like a dream, you know? But, it's not what I thought. They didn't mess around with the selection stuff. There were all these tests, psych evaluations, medical checkups, and talks with these professors I'd never even seen around campus. I figured it was just because it was a big deal. They picked 25 of us and we got moved to this residential place away from everyone else. The facility was tucked away at the edge of the campus, surrounded by dense woods that seemed to swallow any sound. At night, the silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of the old building, or the distant howl of wind through the trees. The halls were dimly lit, with lights that flickered unpredictably, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Sometimes, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. It made me jumpy, always feeling like someone was watching me. Our days were packed. Classes from morning till evening, then study time after. No leaving unless they said so. And they watched our internet like hawks. I met some cool people there, though. We'd joke about the workload over burnt coffee from the machine in the lounge. But even they started acting weird after a while. One girl, Sarah, who used to be really outgoing, became withdrawn and paranoid. She'd whisper to me in the library, saying she thought the professors were listening to our conversations. Another guy, Mike, started having night terrors, screaming in his sleep about being trapped in a lab. We tried to support each other, but the fear was palpable, and trust was hard to come by. The classes were weird. Stuff like brain science and how to mess with people's heads. Not normal college junk. The professors had these cold, emotionless expressions, like they were hiding something. We had to sign papers promising not to talk about it. I didn't think much of it then, just happy to be picked. But I started noticing things, like the floorboards in my room squeaked every time someone passed by at night. Same time, every night. I'd lie awake, heart pounding, wondering who was out there. A few months in, things got strange. Some of the others changed. They could remember everything, spot patterns in seconds, even talk people into stuff effortlessly. The professors said it was the learning protocols working. But then, people who asked too many questions, or tried to quit, got sick. Real bad. Seizures, hallucinations, acting like someone else. I'd see him in the halls, pale and shaky, and I'd just look away. One night, I woke up, and my roommate was staring at me in the dark, eyes locked on mine. I mumbled, "Dude, what's up?" He whispered, "They're watching us," then rolled over and slept. I didn't sleep after that. Another time, I found a crumpled note under my pillow. "Don't trust anyone." No idea who wrote it. I started suspecting everyone. The treatment sessions were the worst. They'd strap me into a chair, attach electrodes to my head, and hit me with flashing lights, loud noises, sometimes electric shocks. Each session left me drained, disoriented, like my mind was being rewired. I'd have memory gaps or recall things that never happened. Conversations with strangers. It was terrifying, not knowing what was real. One evening, I sneaked into the administrative office, heart pounding. I picked the lock with a paperclip and found files on us. Medical histories, psych profiles, notes on our progress. There were documents about Project Blackwood, mentioning cognitive enhancement and behavioral modification. Some pages hinted at past students who'd disappeared or suffered breakdowns. It was chilling. It crashed down when I called my mom. She mentioned progress reports and photos of me in classes I never took. I dug deeper. The program wasn't part of the school. It was an experiment, funded by shadowy government types with too much power. I couldn't leave. They wouldn't let me. Finally, I snapped. I stormed into Professor Hayes' office, trembling with rage. "What are you doing to us?" I shouted. He smiled coldly. "You signed the contract. You knew what you were getting into." I threatened to expose them. His face darkened. "You won't get far. We have eyes everywhere." That night, I tried to escape, but security guards caught me, dragged me back, and locked me in. The next day, they put me through an extra-long session. I woke up unable to remember my name for hours, like my identity was slipping away. He'd said, "You're part of something bigger now. Embrace it." But I'm losing myself piece by piece. Every day I feel less like me, more like a puppet. I don't know how long I can hold on. If you're reading this, please, don't join the Blackwood program. It's not worth your soul. Spread the word. Save yourselves. And if you can, save me too. Footsteps. Gotta go. Be careful. This happened when I was a junior in high school, and I keep thinking about it now that I'm older. Maybe someone can tell me if it was as messed up as I think it was. Our history teacher, Mrs. Rodriguez, got really sick. Hospitalized sick. The principal told us she'd be out for a few weeks. No big deal. Substitutes come and go all the time. Then Mr. Henderson showed up. He seemed normal at first. Quiet guy, maybe in his 40s. Same brown jacket every day. Old leather briefcase that looked like it belonged in the 80s. But he had this way of watching us. Not like a teacher. Like he was studying us. The weird stuff started in the second week. He stopped following Mrs. Rodriguez's lesson plan and gave us strange assignments instead. Photocopied sheets with crooked text, like from an old machine. Character development research, he called it. The first one was simple. Describe your daily routine. Wake up. Time. How you got to school. After-class habits. It felt like a lazy assignment, but easy enough. Then the questions got specific. Where do you live? What does your house look like? Do you have siblings? When do your parents get home? Do you walk home alone? What route do you take? One day, I raised my hand and asked, "Why do we need to write about my little sister's schedule?" He looked up, and I swear his eyes lit up. Then he smiled. Not a teacher smile. Something else. "Character development research," he repeated. "Understanding. Family dynamics helps us analyze historical figures better." It didn't make sense, but I was 16. What did I know? The assignments kept coming. He wanted floor plans of our homes. To understand historical living spaces. Then descriptions of our bedrooms, include photos if possible. Personal. Space psychology project. My friend Jake leaned over one day and whispered, "Dude, this is getting weird." I agreed. It was weird. But here's what really got to me. Mr. Henderson started staying after school, not grading or helping students, just sitting in his car, watching. My mom was usually late picking me up, so I saw him a lot. Same spot, every day. Silver Honda Civic near the back of the lot, jotting things in a notebook as kids walked by. Once, I saw him following the Patterson twins' bus, driving slowly, keeping his distance. I wanted to say something, but say what? That our sub was creepy? Adults don't listen to that kind of thing. By the third week, the questions got even worse. What were our parents' work schedules? Exact times? Did we have alarms at home? Were our neighbors gone during the day? Were we ever home alone? Every time I walked into class, my stomach twisted. But I kept doing the assignments. We all did. He was still our teacher, right? Then something happened I'll never forget. One night, I stayed late for drama club rehearsal. It ended around 5:30. The parking lot was almost empty, but Mr. Henderson's car was still there. I ducked behind a bus and watched. He was on the phone, papers spread on his dashboard. Our papers. Our assignments. I could hear a bit of what he was saying. Stuff like schedules, opportunities, and the girl with the sick grandmother. That was me. I'd written about my grandmother in one of those assignments. I felt sick. My hands shook as I ran to the other side of the school and called my mom from there. The next Monday, Mrs. Rodriguez was back. No warning, no explanation, no goodbye from Mr. Henderson. He was just gone. I went up to Mrs. Rodriguez after class and asked, "What happened to the substitute?" She blinked. "Substitute? Honey, we never had a substitute. I was only out for a week with food poisoning." My blood ran cold. "But we had assignments. Photocopied sheets. Can you show me?" I pulled out my folder from my locker. She flipped through the pages, and her face went pale. "Take these to the principal, now." The principal asked questions and made copies. A police officer visited school the next week and interviewed some of us. But here's what haunts me. When I talked to kids from other classes, they didn't remember Mr. Henderson. "We never had a sub," they said. "Mrs. Rodriguez was only out a few days." But my whole class remembered him. I still have those assignments in a box in my parents' attic. Sometimes I think about digging them up, looking at them again. It's something I struggle to shake. I catch myself glancing over my shoulder whenever I see an older man in a brown jacket. The fact that adults dismissed it still chills me. I never felt safe on that campus again. I never found out what he was planning to do with all that information about us, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. My name is Alex Rivera, and I lived in Cedar Valley. I'm not trying to sound crazy here, but I need to tell someone about what happened in my senior year chemistry class. Maybe you'll think I'm making this up, but I swear everything I'm about to tell you really happened. I was enrolled in advanced chemistry with Mr. Torres, a veteran teacher of over 20 years. Students said his class was an easy A if you followed the rules and didn't ask too many questions. It was perfect for me, since I needed the credit to graduate. My lab partner was Sarah Martinez. She was meticulous, always double-checking measurements and reading safety instructions. Her notebooks were pristine, and she never missed a detail. The first few weeks were uneventful. We mixed baking soda with vinegar, observed flame tests, and practiced titrations. The lab smelled of sulfur and ammonia, but it was all routine. Still remember the fluorescent lights flickering and how the polished countertops reflected our nervous faces. The clang of metal tongs against glassware echoed ominously, and the scent of acids lingered around each station. I felt a growing tension in my chest, like something invisible pressed against my lungs. It was as though the laboratory itself was alive, watching us work. Then one afternoon, Mr. Torres unlocked a supply closet and brought out unmarked bottles. I asked what they were, and he said they were advanced compounds for college prep. The labels had chemical names I'd never seen. Sarah requested the safety data sheets, but he insisted they were standard and promised to share the details later. We accepted his answer and continued. In October, right after my sister's birthday, I arrived with frosting under my nails. We were working with a clear liquid from one of those bottles. Sarah followed every protocol, goggles on, gloves snug. 10 minutes in, she paused and frowned. "I feel dizzy," she whispered. Her voice shook and her pupils were unusually large. She stared at the whiteboard formulas and whispered, "Do you hear that? The equations are talking." I heard only the hum of the fume hood. He rushed over, took the beaker, and announced, "Just a mild allergic reaction. Nurse's office now." His tone was firm but worried. In the hallway, I overheard his hushed phone call. "Reaction stronger than expected. Document all details." His voice was clinical, as if discussing an experiment. Sarah missed 2 weeks of school. When she returned, she was changed. Quiet, compliant, never asking questions. When I looked at Sarah, it felt like I was staring at a stranger wearing her face. Her eyes were empty, her laughter gone. The bright spark she once had was replaced by a hollow compliance that chilled me more than any chemical ever could. I tried asking what she remembered. She said only that she felt sick, and that was all she could recall. That's when I began watching Mr. Torres more closely. He carried a small notebook during labs and scribbled constantly. One day, I glimpsed his notes. My name was followed by baseline response within expected range. Sarah's page included heightened sensitivity to compound 7 and memory suppression successful. The phrase memory suppression sent chills down my spine. I noticed other students changing too. Jake, once fidgety, became calm. Emma, who argued with teachers, became obedient. The locked supply closet had a small window. I climbed up and saw bottles labeled Compound X47 and Subject Compliance Enhancer. The labels looked professionally printed. I snapped a photo, but later it was too blurry to read. It was as though my hands shook when I needed them steady. I remember the bitterness of the metal taste from the beakers, the cold touch of the glass, and how my heartbeat echoed in my ears every time I heard the lid click shut. Those details are branded in my memory like scars. Mr. Torres's gaze during experiments felt predatory, like a scientist observing lab rats rather than a teacher guiding students. I wanted to tell someone, parents, principal, anyone, but feared being dismissed or triggering an investigation that would tip him off. Sarah and I graduated. She moved on to college but remained distant. At graduation, I asked about that lab day, and she stared blankly, clueless about what I meant. I held onto the blurry photo for months, hoping to decode it, but eventually I deleted it, telling myself I was overreacting. I wake up at night, heart pounding, convinced I still smell solvents and hear whispers of formulas. The memory of that class haunts me like a warning. Knowledge can be weaponized by those we trust, and I wonder, if I hadn't paid attention, would I have become just another entry in that notebook? I share this now hoping someone else will believe me. I need to tell someone about this because it's been eating at me for months now. I can't sleep right anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face and that calm expression when everything went down. I worked evenings on the high school cleanup crew for gas money. My mom's car breaks down all the time. The job seemed simple. Empty trash, wipe whiteboards, mop floors. Mr. Garrett was the head custodian, quiet and hunched, with thick glasses magnifying his eyes. He nodded when our shifts overlapped, but rarely spoke. I assumed he just kept to himself, but he was always in the computer lab. Every night I worked, he sat there for hours. The door was closed and lights dim. Once I asked what he was doing, he claimed deep cleaning keyboards. I figured keyboards get filthy, but I never saw him clean anything. I only saw him hunched over a laptop, clicking and typing. Sometimes, he had multiple USB drives plugged in. I assumed he updated software. I knew nothing about computers. My buddy Jake always left his charger in that lab. One night I returned after my shift to fetch it. The main doors were locked. I had emergency keys. The hallway lights were half off to save electricity. My sneakers squeaked on the polished floor. I hate that sound. It reminds me of hospitals. I passed the computer lab and heard rapid clicking. Mr. Garrett's car remained in the lot. The door was ajar. I peered inside. He sat at a student computer with 3 USB drives attached. The screen showed a girl's Facebook page. Not his, but Sarah's from chemistry class. He clicked through her photos. Then he opened a desktop folder and dragged images into it. His focus was intense, like this was critical. Filing cabinets loomed behind him. I never noticed them before. They looked oversized for maintenance supplies. I should have left immediately. Instead, I stayed frozen. He glanced at the door nervously. Then he switched to another account. Another student's profile appeared. He knew everyone's passwords. I could barely remember mine. He took screenshots, copied files, organized them in folders. My phone buzzed, with a text from my mom. The sudden noise snapped me out of my trance. I bumped the door, and it creaked. He looked up and smiled calmly. "Oh, hey there," he said, as if nothing was wrong. He invited me inside. My legs felt heavy, though I wanted to run. He turned the laptop toward me. It displayed private Instagram DMs, messages about family drama and personal secrets. "Kids think it's private, but I observe them," he said. He clicked to reveal a girl cutting herself. Photos she sent to her boyfriend laid bare. He opened a cabinet filled with printed screenshots and photos, hundreds of pages piled neatly in folders. "I've done this 7 years," he said proudly. Over 300 students cataloged. He flipped through records of text, posts, grades. "This one planned to run away," he explained. "This one's parents are divorcing secretly." The tone was clinical, not creepy but chilling. He analyzed behavioral patterns like a scientist. I finally whispered, "Why do you do this?" He looked surprised by the question. "Because it's fascinating to see their authentic selves," he replied. He continued revealing private details and psychological observations. My mind raced with fear and disbelief. I don't remember leaving, only that I needed to escape. I mumbled an excuse about going home. He nodded and returned to his work. I never reported him. Who would believe such a story? I was afraid he knew about me too. I quit the job the next week under the pretense of focusing on grades. But I still see him pushing his cart in hallways. He nods and smiles that same calm smile. I wonder how many more secrets he's collected, how many more files he has in those cabinets. The worst part is knowing he's still there, watching, collecting pieces of everyone's private lives, one screenshot at a time. I keep this secret to myself. I'm haunted by knowing what lurks behind locked doors. Sometimes I wake with terrible sweat, replaying his voice and those files piled high. If someone doesn't stop him, I fear his next future discoveries.